Click go live, lights hum, overlay glows blue. Chats already fighting about who muted who. We got panels, we got chaos, we got hearts that overheat. But under all the shouting, truth is tapping out a beat. And brains asleep in the backpack on the chair, dreaming of the trees the super chats declare. Someone yells boot and someone gives 5 more. Learning is radical, that's what we're here for. This is a radically open panel, where the code and the culture collide. Logic meets faith in the candlelight, and the crowd keeps shouting, say it back, good morning. Tonight, from fascists to feminists, skeptics to saints, we debut the world, live on air. It's a radically open panel. If you can think, then pull up a chair.
There's Rob with the slogans, Dish with the size, someone quoting Locke while the timer dies. Ryan's typing notes in Obsidian's flame, turning every meltdown into a playable game. Umbreon perks up when the boot sound hits, tree counter climbs, chat loses its wits. We're mapping the madness line by line, turning all the static into something divine.
Learning is radical, curiosity is the code that compiles the soul. Every argument's an API, every doubt a pull request for truth. We don't mute the world here, we fork it. It's a radically open panel, hearts on mic and minds unfurled. We don't cancel, we compile, building peace in a noisy world. When the lights fade out and the chaos ends, Umbreon curls up small. Ryan kills the stream, whispers, good night my radicals all. Good night my radicals all. Learn.
There is a little bit more to the song, but it starts to say good morning, and it's not morning, so, you know. Oh, good evening, growling arachnid. Hello, Yasmin. Says, you need to do more coding. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. You may be correct about that. Cop Watcher says, yo, a radically open panel. True. True. Cop Watcher. Say it back. Say it back. The band is Radical Coder. True. Blase Fair says, we beefing or what? I guess we are, yeah. Yeah, we sure are. I'll drop the link here. You know what? You know, I was thinking I should set a goal to open the panel. Should I do that? Should I do just like one chat to open the panel? I'll open the panel here. That's your goal. One super chat and we'll open it up. That's all. That's what we require. Until then, I'm just gonna talk to you guys. So, enjoy your suffering. Enjoy the torture. Oh, let's see. This 3-day grace. 3 days grace. I mean, it's like I actually just made that like literally moments ago. But it was like I think the song, because I used ChatGPT to generate the whole song like almost immediately, like all the lyrics and everything, and it picked like Rainbow Kitten Surprise and the format as inspiration, which it was actually kind of tight. It actually worked out really well. I thought it was kind of a banger. That was the first version that came up, and I liked it. The second version wasn't as good. Ninetail says, ew! Get this guy off the stage. Boo! Boo! This guy sucks. Yes, I meant the name is Radical Coder. Well, it is, yeah. I am. I'm right here. Radical Coder. I'm Ryan. Radical. It says it. It's on the screen. Ryan Dash Radical Coder. I'm both. I am both. One super chat names yours. True. Is this an ad for AI? Check out AI today. It is artificial and it's intelligent, and you can use it to do stuff, and it can be pretty fun. Sometimes it sucks. Sometimes it kind of sucks, but like, hey, everything kind of sucks sometimes, you know? Especially right now. I don't know if that was a very good ad. Does not mean or. Does not mean or. It does here. That's what I mean by it. I don't know about you guys. The bar means or. I mean, sometimes. Sometimes it means other stuff. But right now, this dash means or. It means Ryan, also Radical Coder. Dash does not mean or. It does here. It does. I'm telling you right now. This is how language works. I'm communicating to you right now. But this is what it means to me, and this is how I'm using it. So a lot of people would use it in this context. I'm Ryan. I'm also Radical Coder. It's very clear what the implication is here. It's not Ryan minus Radical Coder. We must feed Umbreon. He is so hungry. Please, he's so hungry. Please. Feed the boy. Feed him with likes. Feed him with likes. Exclamation point like. Nightbot, do your deed. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Like and subscribe to accelerate the algorithmic revolution. True. True. No, it doesn't. What sort of proprietary nonsense is this? It literally, it's right here. I mean, just read. Like, how would you interpret Ryan Dash Radical Coder in any other way? Like, context clues, Queen. Like, context clues. Come on. Nightbot has been tamed, I think. Please test out by, like, spamming some caps or something. I don't know. Or some emotes. See if Nightbot yells at you for spamming emotes. Christine, good to see you, says AI is not intelligent. Says it's literally in the name. It's literally in the Ryan minus Radical Coder. Yeah, okay, Mel. Okay, Mel. It's usually morons using it. Hey, you take that back. You take that back. He eats super chats too, coming from Eevee. He's flexible. I guess so, a little bit. He does eat super chats. Coder's pushing accelerationism, I guess to some degree. Not real accelerationism. Like we have to. I'm not an accelerationist. Okay, I'm not. That's not. I guess that like I'm pretty sure that old that's an old Nightbot command that I generated probably, but it does. I think it does kind of sound bad now that it's kind of putting out the wrong message there. That ain't me. I'm not that kind of radical, you know. Just stating facts, says you. Coder is transhumanist coded. I don't think so. I like biology. I don't know. I like being human, not like a robot or whatever. I don't know. At least do Ryan plus that would be two different people. Ryan, that's like Ryan and Radical Coder. Do you even Singularity, bro? Not recently. I guess a little, maybe a little bit. I mean, like because I vibe with like the whole like what do you call it, like the like kind of like Godhead. What's the like word for that? Arachnid 2, how many bitches in this chat have me blocked? Arachnid has you blocked? I'm sorry. Arachnid, free foul. Nope. Okay. Michelle says, like the stream, you scallywags. That's great. Scallywags, she says. Scallywags. You gonna take that? Umbreon is the Radical Coder now. He's stolen my spot. He didn't get enough super chats, and he got antsy. Hive mind, kinda, kind of a different. It's more like more like we are all the universe, you know, and like so we're all like the universe experiencing itself kind of type beat. You know what I'm saying? Z King says, "What up, my home dog biscuits? What's up, buddy? Good to see you." Michelle says, "I do collapse inward from how dense I am. It's hardcore as fuck." Infallible Fowl says, "Mr. Bill has for the longest." Not that anyone wants to hear what he has to say. What has he done for the longest? Oh, he's had you blocked for the longest? True. Oh, Mr. Bill. He's our DEI chatter. Blase says, "I'm on shrooms, so let's not go down that rabbit hole." It's a cool rabbit hole. Yeah, even if you're on shrooms, it might be actually a pretty cool one. Renee says, "Yes. Very weird to call me your biscuit." I was just reading the chat. Renee says, "Hi." Hi, Renee. Blase says, "I've missed y'all, kinda. Can we have your most radical take / opinion?" This is at Cameron Flynn. My most radical take / opinion. I'm pro AI slop. I guess that's not that radical. It's just controversial. Most radical take. I'll have to think about it. I feel like I need like a prompt, you know? It's hard to just pull something out of thin air like that. Hillary would have been a great president. Yo, actually, unironically, that might be one of them. I think that's real. I like to say that there's a world, there's a timeline in the infinity of the multiverse where Hillary Clinton, when she said Pokemon Go to the polls, she also worked with Niantic and put rare Pokemon spawns at the polls. So if you went to the polls, you would get rare spawns. Like, there would just be, like, you know, whatever. I don't think shiny Pokemon existed at the time yet in Pokemon Go. But, you know, I don't know. Fucking Snorlax. Put a bunch of Pikachu. Whatever, dude. Whatever. Just put some Pokemon that were uncommon that everyone was looking for. They're all fucking legendary. Who cares? It's democracy on the line, okay? You put some Pokemon at the polls, and people would... Remember, this is 2016, okay? We were this close to world peace. We were this close to world peace with Pokemon Go. And then Trump won. But if more people had gone to the polls, we could be living in peace times right now. Hillary Clinton could have gone on to be the best president in American history, for all we know. We don't know. We'll never know. Because you guys let Donald Trump win. So... Infallible Fowl says, I just saw a video of Mr. Rogers and Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, like, I love it. I seriously love it. Ryan, AI slop can be great. It can be. I can simply say there is a left and right position on things. Sure. Deplorables as well. Hillary is like the Epstein files, though. What about them? Oh, she's probably in the Epstein files? Maybe. Let's find out. Z King says, check content ideas in Discord. There's a video covering the conversion therapy case, and it's cringe. The segment in that video is only 20 minutes of the 37. You want to check it out? Not tonight. We're doing an open panel, or at least we're going to do an open panel if we get a single super chat. One super chat to open the panel. If you went to the polls, you might find a deplorable, which is ultra level. Fuck it, why not? I like that. A deplorable. That's pretty funny. Bernie. True. Obviously Bernie would have been better. If Hillary was a Pokemon, which would she be? Like a Miss Magus, maybe? Young Hillary's like Vaporeon. Oh, God. Radical Cody, you should at least pin something or put in a title you're waiting for donos because it's sort of misleading. Well, like, it's just one dono. One dono. I think we can chat for a few minutes, all right? I hadn't gotten to it. I just got to your criticism now. Too bad the video isn't. Hillary would have been Obama 2.0 with less ballin'. Maybe. Yes, panel. We will open the... We just need one... Literally one super chat. I don't even care how much it is. I'm not picky. I mean, or we can just go for 30 minutes and end the stream, you know? I guess that can happen too. I'm holding you all hostage, which is maybe not the right word to use right now. Hillary will be Snorlax because she slept on, according to Ryan. There's something to that. Ryan is avoiding... I literally read your criticism. How is StreamYard such crap software compared to other chat softwares? I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. Like Discord or older stuff. I don't know. Sort of misleading. Well, I'm so sorry. I still remember that Miss Magus episode of Pokemon where Miss Magus merged with Rayquaza. I didn't see that. Z-King says hi to Blase, and Blase says hi to Z-King. Michelle with the gifted Radical Coder membership. Brr. Gifted membership machine go burr. We love that. We love that. Thank you, Michelle. Congratulations to God's favorite aunt. More like God's favorite antagonist, huh? God's favorite aunt is a hater of mine, but we love our haters. We love our losers. Gonna go to a stream that is getting donos because they're making content. Look, we're getting to it, okay? Relax. Relax. Is Sora 2 good or bad? Yeah, Melanie, are you even allowed on other panels? Listen. Is Sora 2 good or bad? I think it's good. I think it's bad for society, maybe, ultimately. It could be. It's bad for boomers. It's gonna... I was saying yesterday, it's gonna melt their fucking brains. But, I mean, the internet was already doing that, so... I remember looking at her on the issue. She was actually slightly left of Obama, but that ain't saying much. Yeah. It doesn't even have push to talk. True. It should. Yo, Jelly. Good to see you. Good to see you, Jelly. Grats also. I don't know what you mean by that. What's the panel topic? Whatever you want it to be, Z-King. Why don't you come up and decide? Well, you can't yet because we need a super chat first, but... I'm gonna have to start going on panels since they mute all my tunes. They're going to take the stream off then, apparently. What? I was thinking of the game Somo and sort of... I think of Kingdom Hearts when I see. Left on 31st. What is happening? What are y'all even talking about here? 15 minutes before we either end stream or we get one super chat and then we start an open panel. Those are the rules. I don't make the rules. I guess I do. I do make the rules. I literally made the rules. Was Hillary willing to give more money to Iran? LOL, what the fuck? Maybe. I don't know. Did anyone watch that TED Talk? You mean the one that we made an app out of that I never actually read through? Playing Kingdom Hearts 2, just got the final form, time to level up. Love that. How is everyone? I'm doing well. Umbreon's whining. Yeah, you. You're a whiny boy, huh? I feel good. No way the gifted didn't count. It didn't go towards the goal. I'm sorry. I guess I could open it up. But and I appreciate you, Michelle. But technically it doesn't go to the goal. Michelle gifted a membership, that should count, but YouTube doesn't think it counts. The goal did not go from 0 to 1. Rigged, radically boring, says user BM5ZE3MQ9K. Thank you very much, user BM5ZE3MQ9K. We appreciate your input. Again, user BM5ZE3MQ9K. I will radically consider your input. Rigged. It didn't count. I'm sorry. Yes. Rigged. Feed Umbreon. He's not hungry. He just wants to go play with the cats. Mel, get your shit straight, says Michelle. That's crazy. Blase says, chatters, donations go a long way. They do. They do go a very long way, especially here. I have extremely low thresholds, extremely low requirements. Oh, I'm the confused one. Griftastic, says user BM5ZE3MQ9K. That's what I'm saying. See, user BM5ZE3MQ9K gets it. Someone donate the lowest amount. That's all you have to do, literally. User is spitting facts. Absolutely cooking me. She has a smart way to approach problem solving using scale, like folding at home or something, and we could use this to fight back. Wait, who's the she here? Oh, the TED Talk. Oh, yeah, I see, yeah. We will dive into that probably tomorrow morning. I have that app saved. The grift is real. Look, the grift is necessary. Okay. I got a young boy. I got a child, a little wiener dog. He needs to eat. Are you guys want to starve my wiener dog? That's crazy. Listen to him. He's so upset that you guys won't feed him. I thought you meant shouldn't count because of a mod. No, it's not that. Not you, Ryan Chatters. Let my baby free. He's shocked him. I heard it. That's crazy. Wow, way to devalue memberships. I'm not devaluing membership. It's YouTube. It's not me. I didn't do it. What's the topic? I got $5. Whatever you want it to be, Jelly. If you got $5 on it, then the topic is yours to decide. This is up to you. We can change the topics throughout the night. I reserve the right to change the topic as I see fit, but yeah, if you want to start us off. Yeah, exactly. You choose the topic, girl. Renee, we folded in the revolution. We folding it up. Man, I hate Sora for the same reason for real. The grift is not necessary. Speak for yourself. Get a job and do this on your off time, duh. What if I want to do this full time, though? I heard wieners eat fish, says BM5ZE3MQ9K. Sometimes. I mean, he's had some salmon. Starve my wiener dog is wild. Look, you guys are the ones starving him. It's not me. I must really have figured that out. True. Simply for the love of the game. I do love the game. Grifting would be lying for money. That's true. I don't do that. I'm radically honest here. The topic is, what is the topic? It could be. All right. We've got a $5 Cash App from Jelly. So, you know what? We'll take it. She said a random topic. The link is now pinned. First person on gets to pick the topic. At least for 5 minutes or whatever until something changes. Choose a topic, boot a panelist, support the stream, support the dream, support the ween, YOLO, hashtag YOLO swag. Thank you again, Jelly. Let's see. Blase, welcome.
Yo,
How you doing, friend?
all right, not too bad. Enjoying a fucking day off finally.
Hell yeah, love that. What are you doing on your day off?
Uh, Listening to some wild ass shit, I guess.
Wait, my stream
I'm
or someone
chilling. I
else?
just got home. Well, no, they was yelling in the background. I just got home from like enjoying the goddamn nature and like being out and shit. So I was like, fuck it, let me see what y'all doing.
Word. Well, somebody named 2 in Roman numerals or II has joined. I don't know who this is. Business. Wait, do I know this? I feel like I might know this name.
Be careful, Ryan.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. Hey, can you? I'm not gonna just let him up. But if you like flash your name or something, or flash like your like some fingers, I don't know, maybe your face ideally. But if you can be trustworthy, I don't know who you are. So
Are you one of the AI that Ryan is so fucking happy about? Shut up, bro. I'm on the fucking
Okay.
thing.
all right, we got a face. What's up, friend? Apologies for flashing
Hello?
face.
That
Yo,
was like
what's
2
up?
seconds. How do I mute this?
I heard you feed your wiener buttholes.
Bruh.
All right, true. Well, thanks for stopping by. Wait, we lost Blase. Did you guys know I feed my winter buttholes? Cameron says a political grifter is a con artist who uses the political process, a movement, or a cause to enrich themselves, gain power, and build a personal brand. Yeah, well, I'm not that. I'm not doing that. I mean, I guess I am. Well, I'm trying to enrich myself and build a personal brand. But Umbreon, hey, he's mad because he's been eating buttholes. But I'm not a con. I don't think I'm a con artist. Jelly is balling. Well, we the panel's open, you know. Anybody else can jump up. We got Calvin. Let's go. What's up, Calvin? Good to see you, buddy. I just pulled up your chat. You said that I had some interesting points on trans and LGBT in that last debate. What are you referring to?
Hello.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, you can hear me.
Yeah, I can now. Yeah.
Yeah. You were had a well, first of all, good evening.
Good evening to you as well.
So I'm independent, so
Mhm.
there's some views I kind of have differ with some of the left on.
Sure.
And you were on a panel, I think it was on Sarah. You had gotten on a debate. I think they were talking about LGBT and teaching kids or whatever in school or whatever. Can
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember all your points at that point in time. Are you able to refresh me? Because I think their argument was, I guess, trying to limit what kids learn and how early they
Mm-hmm.
learn about certain things in that issue. So I was wondering if you could share your
Yeah.
points on that.
Yeah, so I was just arguing, particularly there's a short that Sarah made where she's like yelling at me, and I was yelling at her first as well. But
Yeah.
the main point I was making in that specific instance was that like if there are students who, for example, have like mentioned that they have 2 dads or something like that, that if a teacher, the point I was trying to get to, and I actually kind of, I think I was a little flustered, so I kind of got frustrated and didn't get to this very well. But like the point I was trying to get to is pointing out that if the teacher is like, hey, we can't talk about your family, we can't talk about your 2 dads, that sends a really weird message to the student. It sends a really weird message to the class in general. Hang on, I'm gonna let Doug out.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
Like the idea that, hey, your family dynamic is not appropriate for school, I think is a bad message to send to like kids who either might be gay or might come from families that are gay, or have, you know, aunts and uncles that they're gay or trans or whatever. We know, not like whatever non-conventional family dynamic is at play, the idea that like talking about these dynamics is inappropriate for school seems like a very bad message for kids.
Okay.
Is this Cameron Flynn in the back? Can you send a private chat and confirm, or like flash your like 2 fingers or something? But go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I that point, if you have a child who is from that type of home, I definitely feel you that we should not treat them special or limit what they can see or not recognize that household. I think I think now that we're talking more about it, some of the points that were covered had to do with when to have this type of discussion with
Mm-hmm.
students, and I think that was one of the
Hang on one
biggest
second.
difference. Yeah.
I think you talking about as far as the transgender topic or just sex in general
I think
or
it, I think it was had to do with should this be when should we talk about this, at what grade level should this be discussed in school? Um,
okay. So the problem with that is like there's not really gonna be a set time or fucking place that you could say, all right, now they're ready to like they're gonna learn about this shit regardless. So they're either gonna be curious about it and like because it's out there in the world. This is kind of the world that we live in now. Like they're either gonna be figuring shit out on their own or they're actually gonna be people that give them guidance to what they have to do. I'm not saying like we need to do that in fucking elementary or even middle school. In my ideal world, it would be an elective for any kid that goes into high school to kind of start learning more because they're learning not only about like their friends and their peers that they're around, but they could be learning about themselves and not even realizing. So like I don't think there should be a standardized point to where I say, okay, now you're ready to learn about this shit
okay.
because they're going to be seeing this shit regardless.
Okay. Ryan, I don't know if you want to follow that.
Yeah, I would
Before.
just add, like, I think that as with all, like, although I would kind of separate this what we're talking about right now from like sex ed a little bit, but like as with sex ed, not as realistic as with any topic in school, like there are age appropriate ways to communicate any topic. I think so. Like at younger ages, like you could just say, yeah, some families have 2 daddies. That's perfectly okay. Like we don't alienate our classmates. You know, maybe it's different. We don't bully our classmates for having 2 dads. Some families have 2 dads, and that's perfectly okay. Like I don't see that as a bad thing. And another point that I made in that debate was like somebody brought up somebody on that panel mentioned that they saw a kid who was wearing a dress, and they said it was a boy who was wearing a dress, and they thought it was like fucked up and weird. And what I pointed out was
It's
what's
fucked
actually,
up to say that, actually.
Yes, exactly. And specifically the idea that you saw a child who you assumed you don't know this child's sex. Like, what are you doing? Fucking genital inspections? Like, you don't know this child's sex. All you know, you assume their sex, and you thought this kid's parts don't align with what I expect them to be for them to wear this kind of clothing. And I'm like, these are the people who call the left groomers. And so I was pointing out, like, you guys, this is a groomer mindset where you're like,
Exactly. You're
that's
so
the
hyper
argument I was
focused
making.
on that shit. Like you're hyper, not you in particular, but the things that they're worried about is so hyper focused on things that it almost feels like they're like kind of calling attention to themselves. Or it's like, bro, ain't nobody thinking about that shit but you. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about with that? Like, and the problem is, it's become such a fucking issue, and it's become so like ingrained into our fucking political discourse that we have to talk about it, even though it shouldn't be. There's way more care is way more important than, I mean, of course, trans issues are fucking important, but there are a lot more people being subjugated under the healthcare system than there are trans people. Like all of this is universal. All of this is what is it called? Intersectional, you know?
Yeah, so definitely they do have a hyperfixation on this particular subject matter. The right does. So my question to you, do you think that it's the parents' right to choose what their kids can be taught in school? Because I think that was another concern that maybe I don't want my child to have this specific conversation of this to be taught to my child in school. Do you think that it's the right of the parents to protect their child against if they consider this like an adult conversation or an adult subject? Do you think it's their right to like uncheck their child from this type of exposure
Well,
in school?
parents' right supersede everything, obviously, because
Well,
they're the ones.
I don't know about that. Like in the case of like should the parents be able to opt out of like learning about evolution in school?
They can by letting them be homeschooled and telling them that we're fucking coming from dinosaurs or whatever.
But even homeschool. Well, that's not true because even homeschooling has like requirements. Like there are specific things. There are like metrics that have to be met, and like certain topics have to be discussed even in homeschool. Like they still have to learn about things.
Well,
There are families that teach their children creationism, though, aren't there?
There sure are.
Yeah, but so I mean,
Well,
that-
look, when I was in school, we did have a sex ed class. I can't remember what grade it was taught, but it was something that your parents had to approve for you to take this class, right? So I think that model is I would recommend that model, like if because this is something that kids could be
Well,
taught or whatever the case.
Ryan did say he was trying to move away from the sex ed talk, so I kind of get where
No,
he's
not
going with
necessarily. I
that.
mean, like, I'm okay with talking about it. I'm just saying, like, I'm clarifying that, like, the main thing, like, when we're just talking about, like, LGBTQ stuff, I don't think that has to be, like, part of sex ed. Like, I don't think that we should be, like, I don't think a teacher's hand should be tied on, like, if some kid asks, like, oh, Johnny said he has two dads. That's not okay, right? He's not supposed to have two dads. And if that parent is like, well, I don't want you to ever talk about gay people to my kids, then, like, what does that teacher do in that situation?
Yeah.
Can somebody, like, how, their hands are kind of tied there. Like, it's kind of like, or are they supposed to, like, they're either going to put the kid in, they're either going to put both kids in a really bad situation, or they're going to betray the wishes of the parents. And like, I mean, is that teacher doing something wrong by saying like, oh yeah, some people have two dads, and that's like not a bad thing. Like,
Okay. I think I think we on the same page to that degree. I think parents should have some privilege. I just have one other follow up, and then I can pass the mic. Someone had brought up a potential boy that came to school in a dress. My question to you or to everyone in the panel, in schools, when should we allow trans expression in school? Like, should it start at kindergarten, or should we
Off
kind of?
rip. That's the whole point of like if I don't know. In my personal opinion, I don't have kids yet, so I don't know how I feel about it. But in my personal opinion, if the kid is saying that they want to wear a dress, they're doing that for a specific reason. They're not acting out. They're not trying to get attention. That's how they feel. That's how they want to express themselves. That's the most important thing to them is their self-actualization. So I don't know. I feel like from off rip, as soon as they start to not like see blue and pink paradigm, like in my opinion.
But
I'm inclined, real quick. I'm inclined to agree with that. I will say, like, I think there is an argument to be had about the reality of, like this is something that like kids will engage with. Oh, go ahead, Mel.
Another thing that they're asking, right, is how long are we going to keep these kids from expressing who they truly are to their peers and to their teacher, right?
Absolutely,
which is
yeah.
cruel. So how long?
Well, that's the same question, though. So it's kind of asking when is it okay for them to express themselves? It should always be okay for them to express themselves.
But look, my concern is the trans situation. How does a kid even kind of know, I guess, at that age, that they're like trans or whatever? I definitely don't want to, I want to encourage people to express themselves or whatever the case may be. But I guess I don't see the harm in keeping certain guards.
So is the purpose of a school to tell kids if they are trans or not? No, right? So
No.
that works for both for the positive and negative case. If you believe that we shouldn't be telling them you are trans, we also shouldn't be telling them you aren't trans.
Agreed.
Okay, but okay, so if that's the case, then
Mr. Ray
is it
Murphy, you
okay
must be
if we
brand new
kind
to
of
this world.
limit um certain expressions like um boys wearing
We already
dress?
have limits to clothing, right? We just don't limit it along the lines of what someone's genitals are. We ask
Yeah,
them what they want to wear
I'm
within that framework.
understood, but I'm talking about in the context of school, like
Yep.
That's
Yep.
that's what he's talking.
You're
That's what they're
only
talking
allowed
about.
to wear certain things to school. You're
That's what
still
they're
allowed to
talking about.
wear those things. We're just not going to tell you to wear one thing or another based on your genitals.
no, but
Agreed.
no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying because
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I guess that's
So
my
we
point.
agree.
No, I don't think I
Oh,
apologize. I apologize.
then it's not what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying
What is the cutoff for you? Should they be able to express themselves? What is allowed
um outside of school. Outside,
outside of school?
yeah.
So are we creating a totalitarian prison for these kids to just
No.
be in these little uniform lines like The Wall, like Pink Floyd's The Wall? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, potentially. I think.
What are you? I was being ironic.
Okay, maybe I didn't understand you.
Do you know the Pink Floyd song
Okay,
The Wall?
that's so irrelevant. We don't need to get into that.
Well, here's my thing. I think this area is yet still undeveloped, and it's I guess there's a lot of things that are being discovered, not kind of settled in this area, and I think at this point in time, I think it's not going to kill anybody or hurt anyone. We're just saying that in terms of how you express, in terms of clothing and of that nature, keep everything the norm and embrace. We're still not limiting who you like. We're still embracing
Mhm.
you or whatever. It's just I probably say
Mhm.
the expression part of it probably should be left outside of school.
That's
Got
oxymoronic,
that.
bro.
No, okay, so you said it's not going to harm anybody. How do you know that?
Because it doesn't. It doesn't harm anyone.
How do you know it doesn't harm anybody?
What harm does it have? Is it hurting the person not to? I
So
guess
is it
wear?
harmful to tell a boy who's maybe 4 years old that they are in fact a girl when they don't actually feel that way?
I don't believe a 4-year-old would know exactly what they are at that
As
point.
far as boy or girl,
Yeah, you generally know that you have a certain set.
Well, yeah, but
And
you're talking about like I'm a boy and I'm a trans, but I don't think a 4-year-old would know that they're trans at that.
so gender expression.
that's not what I asked, by
Okay,
the
I'm
way.
sorry.
What
I
I asked
apologize.
you
Go ahead.
is it harmful to tell them that they are the other gender than what they feel like, right? So if you ask them, "Are you a boy?" and they say yes, and you say, "No, actually, you're a girl," is that harmful?
No.
Why not? Because you're wrong for one thing, it is. But why don't you think so?
No, like I say, I think this. I don't think kids at this age actually know what they are.
I don't think you know much about kids at that age. I don't think you know about developmental psychology, the stages of development in the brain, things like cognitive flexibility, and how even before that, kids understand through what their parents tell them what their gender is supposed to be.
Yeah, true.
And so, again, if let's say your parents telling you one thing, your school is telling you other, do you think that could cause issues in a child?
No.
I think you're just saying that for rhetorical convenience at this point.
Maybe
you have any
he doesn't
basis for
really
believing any of this.
No, I'm totally.
You have no
empathetic to-
basis for believing any of this, even though we know that if you try to gaslight a child, it's generally bad for them.
Yeah. So you're taking the position that a child knows exactly everything at the age of 4, 5, 6, or whatever. Like they're not
Nope.
going to change, or like they don't morph or whatever the case may
Nope.
be. So they're just
You just don't
expressing.
think misleading children at an early age is a bad thing, and I don't understand how you can believe that. How
I'm
you
not-
can believe it doesn't cause harm.
So okay, I apologize, Melly. I definitely want to be empathetic to anyone within this.
I don't need that. I just need you to answer my questions.
Certainly, go. I'm trying to answer your question.
Right.
So
So is it not true that you have there's no substance behind your belief that this won't harm children, even though the rest of
don't-
society
do
says
you-
you
do
shouldn't
you-
mislead kids, You shouldn't gaslight them. Maybe you should protect them a bit from things that they can't understand, but kids that age are already dealing with concepts of gender and sex, so it doesn't actually matter, because guess what? They'll start as early as 2 or 3, or even before that, according to some metrics, because of something called gender play and what toys they go for.
Mhm.
So it's arguable that you can't even say that there is an age where it's not appropriate. It's appropriate at all ages to try to help them understand these things while also listening to what they might have to say. And I think that the only way that you can turn that into being harmful is when you don't listen to what they say, because you have your own belief system that purely comes out of your ass. So let me ask. So again, I have to reiterate that if you cannot point to a substantial harm here from doing this, then all of your concerns are just out of thin air. The solution is to get over yourself. Does that make sense?
Well, no, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So there's nothing for me to get over. I think you're missing my argument. I don't say you can't. These kids shouldn't be loved at home. They shouldn't be accepted who they are personally or whatever. I'm just talking about the dress code in
I
particular.
specifically talked about an example where they're told one thing at home and told another thing at school, and you haven't answered anything other than you don't think it's harmful. Well, I don't think you think much
Well,
at all.
well, if the child is a biological boy and
They go to
I
school
yeah,
and they're told they're a girl. Would that harm them?
who's telling? I apologize. Who's telling their girl?
They go to school and they're told that. That should be your answer. The school.
No, if the child is a
Oh,
biological
God
boy.
damn it. Simple answers are not simple anymore. That's crazy.
No.
dude.
I'm trying to understand. I apologize. I'm not. If the child is a biological boy, give me the example again.
They go to school and they are told they are a girl. Is that harmful to them?
Oh yeah.
Oh, now it is. Okay, cool. So what if they don't actually think that they're a biological boy? What if they think they're, for example, something in between? They're not decided yet, but they're definitely in between. And this is more, let's go in between the age of where cognitive flexibility starts and these ages of curiosity, 5. And that's basically the year right before cognitive flexibility. So they're probably going to start forming some of these ideas very loosely in their head. And so let's say they start to say, I want to be a girl. Should the school tell them, no, you cannot be a girl? Do you think that might be harmful to them?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's all we're saying not to do. And the way to not do that is to let them express themselves however they feel
No,
like.
that's what I disagree with. Well, I mean, they can express themselves. I'm talking about the code, the dress code. You're wanting to talk
Well,
about.
they already can't break the dress code, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. So no, that was the issue. They were saying that people should be able to express themselves, wear dress or
That's
whatever.
that's not breaking the dress code. That would all work within the lines of the dress code.
So,
It's just not the job of a teacher to tell a boy wearing a dress that he can't wear a dress,
oh,
or
I
she
agree.
at that point.
Okay, so I think I'm not trying to be an antagonist. I'm definitely trying to be understanding to this whole issue. My point is just specifically the dress code. And
Yep.
How would they be breaking the dress code though?
like you said, if we have a boy who wants to wear a dress, a biological boy that wants to wear a dress because he thinks he is trans or whatever, I would object to that in school.
But does
wait,
the
you
school
are
have
the
a
dress code.
standard against that?
Wait. Can you walk us?
You
Can you walk me through like the logic there? Like why would you object to that child?
These are all you're
regardless
giving
of
him way
their?
too much room.
I
Is it
don't know.
you
No,
who's
let me give him
objecting?
room. Let me talk to him.
Because he just said a whole bunch of shit about the dress code. Now he's saying this is my personal opinion. Is this you objecting, or is it the dress code that's objecting to this?
Let
Be
him
clear.
finish. You gotta let him
I'm
finish.
trying
it.
to get him. I'm trying to get him to clarify the thing he's saying because he's going off in many directions.
No, I'm not. I'm
Is
being
it you who's
specific.
objecting?
And I was trying to
against
push
this,
him on.
or is it
I
the
was
dress
trying to
code?
walk down to a specific direction
I-
before you interrupted me. But
I object to that, and I eject that. I would want the school to object to that.
So it's just preference. You just have a politics of personal grievances. Got it.
Okay, and okay.
That's basically you're never going to be effective in politics, right? So it's just a useless opinion at that point.
No, I'm just saying, in terms of school, that should not be allowed.
Okay, well, go work at a school or something, then maybe your opinion will matter.
Okay, well,
You're not
that's what
going
I'm
to be able
saying.
to make any prescriptions off of this. You're just going to make things worse for children who don't conform to gender norms. So
No, no,
have a
no, no.
nice day.
So
You're not a good person. It's that simple.
you're making it seem like these children are going to die because they can't wear a dress in school, and that's not the
Because you
case.
don't understand how things like this can create harm in the lines along which it does. Yeah.
No.
You don't understand child developmental psychology,
No.
nor do you understand the role and function of a school, which is not to tell a kid what to wear, but actually
It
to
is.
prepare them for the future.
It
Prepare
is.
them for the future. So if those kids are not, in fact, gender conforming, we need to prepare them for a future where they do not conform to
It
gender.
is the right of the school to tell a child exactly what they can wear.
No,
It
they
is.
have a dress code. They don't tell you have to wear a pink shirt. School uniforms
you-
are fucking stupid, by the way.
Okay, but they do have, for the most part, they do have rules and guidelines of what you can or what
Okay,
you
let's
cannot.
say a school has a policy. All kids of all genders have to wear the exact same thing. Totally, all dresses. All kids have to wear dresses. Could that be harmful?
All kids, even boys.
Yep.
Why? Okay, why would you suggest that?
Everything else follows dress code, right? But
It's
now
the dress code.
We've gotten rid of differences along the lines of biological sex because if we're being honest, it doesn't really fucking matter
Melanie,
what your sex is
you're making
when you
this
wear
difficult.
something.
Melanie, you're making this difficult. This is not difficult. This is not difficult at all.
No, I'm checking for consistency because I'm starting to
It
note
is
some really
consistent.
weird
It is.
inconsistencies.
I'm being very consistent.
Okay, demonstrate it to me then. Demonstrate it by answering my question. If we give them
simple, say it simple. Boys wear boys' clothes in high school. Girls wear girls' clothes. So you can be
that doesn't answer my question. That
you
does
could be
not answer my
trans or
question.
whatever.
That does not answer my question.
Okay,
My
then-
question was,
then
does it do
you're the-
harm?
then-
Would
then
it do
you're-
harm?
Then you're
Would
not.
it do harm?
Then I'm not.
Would it do harm?
Mel, give him a second. Mel, come on. Let him talk a little bit.
She can talk, but
He's
that's
not answering my
concern.
question. I'm reiterating my question. It's
Go
a
ahead.
very valid.
That's
thing
okay.
to debate.
Can you answer? Can you ask your question again after he says something?
No, she can ask a question. Go ahead.
Would it
Okay.
do harm to get all children in a school, regardless of their biological sex, to wear dresses? And here, I'll follow up since everyone's going to be a prick about it. If
That's
so,
not being
how?
a prick.
If so, how?
You have a concern that I'm not necessarily is my issue.
So you're not answering. You're just not.
I'm not
going to
no,
answer my
because
question.
that's my concern. You're talking about something that's not my issue. No, I'm not
That's
making
100% in line with everything you're saying and seeing if you're consistent if we do something a certain way.
I
If
think
we're
he
not
kind of
doing harm
answered
that
it.
way, if we're not doing harm that way, then a lot of the things you're talking about don't seem to make a lot of sense. If we are doing
not
harm,
doing-
then you
it's
should
not-
be able to substantiate how we are doing
It's not.
that harm.
It's never harm. It's never harmful to make a trans man or young man to wear pants when going to school. That's not harmful at all.
Yeah, that's not part of my question. It's asking if you
That-
make
but
them wear dresses if that's harmful.
You're talking about something that I'm not talking about.
Yeah, and you're being
that's-
evasive.
Okay, I apologize. But that's why I wanted to speak to Ryan. You're concerned about that, and I'll pass the mic.
So I guess just to clarify, because I was trying to follow that, I was, but then I had to go clean up pee in the other room because my dog peed.
Not your
But-
pee, right?
Yeah, his pee.
No guarantees. So I guess what I wanted to push on is like when you say like girls wear girl clothes, boys wear like, can you like what is that? Like what are the limits of that? Like
of course.
I don't
Well, go ahead. I'm
like
sorry, go ahead.
what makes a dress girl clothes necessarily?
Because Brian, come on now.
I'm serious.
Dresses,
I'm serious.
Dresses have always been associated with females and females.
It's not true.
wearing dresses.
Only realistically only in the last like 100 years. Like young boys used to wear dresses.
Okay,
Socrates wore a dress.
Okay, but
Okay, Socrates. We're going way further back, but I'm talking about literally 100 years ago. Like,
I know.
what-
I'm just-
okay. I apologize. I don't know what went past 100 years ago. I just know what's norm for American culture, pop culture today in this age. Dresses are associated with females, not men. And I'm not.
Yeah,
being
but like,
go ahead.
yeah. So like, based on the currently like those are associated with certain like biological sexes. Like, how does that map to requiring kids to wear certain clothes. Like when you say like, so it kind of seems like this only goes one way also, because like girls obviously, like young girls would obviously be allowed to wear like t-shirts and jeans, like those are kind of unisex, right? So like there's not like, it seems like the boy clothes are always going to be things that girls could wear as well, and that boys could wear. Like unless there's like maybe some example of a boy clothes that a girl, you wouldn't want a girl wearing, but so it seems like it only cuts one way. It seems like only that young boys are the ones who are not allowed to wear certain clothes. It seems like that's the kind of inconsistency here.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, that's just how the dress code is. That's just how fashion is. Females can wear dresses and they can wear pants. And I can't, I guess, change that.
But you kind of you're saying that you're saying that like you're making a prescriptive statement, not just a descriptive one. You're not just saying that like girls do wear this. You're saying that girls should wear this, and the boys should wear this, right? You're making a prescriptive claim about it, and I'm trying to ask like,
Right.
where that comes from specifically.
Restate that, Ryan.
Like you're saying it should be the case that young boys do not wear quote unquote girl clothes, right?
Okay,
Specifically.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
again, and again, it doesn't seem to cut both ways, because like quote unquote boy clothes, these seem to be things that are generally unisex in many ways. So like, what is it about dresses that you think schools should require young boys to not be allowed to wear, but young girls should be allowed to wear? Like, why is that exactly?
Because dresses are associated with girls and female clothes and being and being a woman, things of that nature.
Why does that matter?
What? Because it's school and that's expression of transgender.
But it might not be. Like there might just be there. Like you don't have to be trans
Okay.
to wear a dress. Right?
Exactly. Exactly. Understood. Correct.
Okay, go on.
I would place that rule in there just because that's just how the dress codes is in terms of popularity.
Gotcha.
You would enforce it based on popularity.
It's yes, keep it the same. It's not. I'm not changing anything. I'm just enforcing the standard that has been here since the past 100 of years.
Wait, but boys,
Okay.
in many cases, like young boys probably are allowed to wear dresses in school. Like the dress code might not actually block them from doing that,
This-
but you would want it to.
Brian, y'all, this is not. I think we both come from America. We both live in the planet Earth. We both, been watching TV. We both consume popular culture. What I'm saying is not. It's not. I don't. It's not. I don't think it's difficult. We know. That
I know.
dresses are
Wait.
associated-
I'm not saying. Look, I understand what you're saying. I understand that there are norms. I understand that there are. I understand all this. I'm not
Yeah.
like I know what you're saying.
When I was growing
Sort
up, and of course, when you growing up, we could like a boy would never come to school in a dress. I mean, that's just not, it would not be accepted. It would be sent back home. That's where we come from.
Do you think that might be harmful to the boy that got sent home?
What? No. I think.
Why not?
I think it could be.
Listen.
Yes.
No, well, I don't think it is. But here's the thing. I think these. Listen, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the clothing. I'm not saying the person inside that they shouldn't be. They can't identify or say who they want to be or whatever the case be. That's free. I'm just talking about the just this crossing the line at this area. You can do that at home or wherever the case may be. Be as free as you want in your household, or wherever the case may be, and that's where you work out when you're an adult or whatever. But in terms of school and things of that nature, I guess I'm more traditional in that.
I think it's convenient that you've created this matrix of beliefs that basically has everything that you want to happen as being non-harmful and everything that you don't want to happen as being harmful, even though you can't substantiate any of that.
You can't.
It's almost like you've been
It's
working
cool.
backwards from your conclusions, where I can show actually
You can
that
accept
things
it.
that make that things that make trans and non-binary and gender non-conforming folk feel like they don't belong at school when they express themselves is harmful at any age.
Just because they can't wear a dress, you think that's going to be harmful?
Yeah, it makes them feel
Yeah.
like they don't belong in the rest of society because school is
Okay.
meant to prepare them for society.
And
Hang on. It's
a boy-
let me add. It's specifically saying, hey, your biology does not match with the clothes that we want you to wear. That's
See that,
the
Ryan?
message you're saying. Which I understand that there are social pressures that, like, I understand where you're coming from. There are social pressures and norms that make that true to some degree, but it's just that. It's just that. It is just social pressures and norms. It's not like there's nothing inherently bad about a boy wearing a dress, right? We agree.
I would say that's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, just not that type of attire or that type of expression should be when you're an adult or when you're at home.
But a young girl can wear a dress.
Ryan, why are you doing this?
No, it's a legit
Why are
question,
you
bro.
doing, no. I've said that a million times. I mean, like I say, we live in the planet Earth, right? Girls,
Yeah.
of course, can wear dress.
Again, and I
Dress
said
is
I
called-
understand the norms. I understand the social pressures. I
Sure.
understand that there are like
Yeah.
bullies. I understand that there are even teachers that would find a lot of this absurd. I understand there are parents that don't want to see their kids. I understand all this stuff. I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying, like, in terms of prescribing that a child should not be allowed to wear a dress to school.
a boy.
Yes.
A
Yeah,
child,
well, yeah, a
either
child
way,
who is a
girl
boy, yeah.
or boy.
A biological boy.
A child, either way, bro.
No, I'm not saying because it's
Do
not.
things become
it's not
norms?
towards. It's not towards a biological female. It's just towards a
Do
biological.
things
boy.
become norms, or are they always norms?
They become norm. I could perceive. I guess.
Agreed.
Okay. So is it okay for something that's otherwise not bad, that isn't inherently bad, to become a norm?
Yeah.
And would you
Huh?
say that most norms occur when people start accepting that thing as normal?
Melanie, you're not going to change my mind. You're not going to.
No,
You're not answering my question.
It's a good
You're not
question,
going to
though.
change. You're not going to change my mind. Because I'm not saying bi people can't be bi people. I'm not saying trans people can't be. But
And that's
I'm
not my
not saying.
question.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying teachers shouldn't embrace these people. I'm not saying that.
I don't think that was
I'm
the
not saying
argument.
they
You've
should bully.
been, like,
I'm just saying
super
that this is the type
evasive,
of.
dude. Like,
I don't think that was the argument.
You're not
Calvin.
She's not.
Well,
gonna take
you
me-
are
Sure,
kind of
let me
saying the
make a
teachers shouldn't
positive
embrace them.
statement.
Hang on.
I'll make
You
a
are kind of saying the
positive
teachers
assertion.
shouldn't embrace. You're saying the teachers should send them home.
yeah, and I'll make a
Well, no,
positive
no, no.
assertion here. It's not harmful, and so it's actually okay to normalize this in schools because it increases the normalization of society when these people are adults. When you see that trans people exist growing up, it makes more sense to see them
I
when
think-
you're an adult.
I think trans is an adult decision that it should be made by an
Now it's
adult
adult.
mind and not an adult.
So nobody should become trans until they turn 18.
Yeah, I think that's an adult decision.
Got
That's
you.
definitely
Got you.
harmful. Yeah, no, that's 100% super harmful to kids and adults. who are
Well,
trans.
that's your personal opinion. I respect
So,
that.
What if I just want you to be invisible because you're kind of transphobic? I know you're not going to want to admit that, but that's
I'm
my
not
personal.
trans. I'm
I
not
think
trans.
you are. I think you are. And since we don't require thought to say anything we think here, that's perfectly fine here.
Okay.
And I want to make you invisible because of that, right? I think you should hide from society. We should make people like you not.
Let's not
be able
do
to
that.
Well,
speak
I'm pretty sure he's
freely,
black
right?
too. If you want to
Is
attack
there
him for
is
that.
there some reason? Is there some reason
Sorry,
that I
Calvin.
should be able to cancel
It's-
your?
Ryan.
Is there some reason I shouldn't be able to cancel your speech because I don't like what you have to say?
I mean, it depends.
It's like
I
a
think-
freedom or something, and we live in a country that's free or something. I feel like we're tumbling onto something really deep here, super deep. But I are you sure you understand freedom, my guy?
I understand freedom. Yeah.
So should freedom be our default, or is it something that we should have to earn?
It should be a default, of course.
Okay. So what about the freedom to wear what you want, so long as it fits within appropriateness when you go to school?
See, that's appropriateness. That's subjective right there.
Not really.
Your appropriateness.
Not really.
may-
Not really.
your-
Not
your
really. Not
appropriateness-
really. Not really. Because what we define as appropriate in an educational setting has to do with being A, undistracting, and B, non-harmful to the students who are trying to learn.
Okay.
Now,
I can
Going-
see the other side of that because a lot of people would say that a boy wearing a dress would be distracting. And I'm just
okay. Well, you're jumping the gun here because I was about to admit that. But we have to first acknowledge something, that the second category, that the idea that this is harmful has already been knocked out. So it has to be definitely distracting, not just possibly distracting, because there are many things around schools that are possibly distracting. And what do we tell
Speaking
kids?
of
We tell
distraction,
kids,
I'm so sorry,
it's up
Mel.
to you to concentrate.
I'm so I want to
You saw my comment?
wait. Speaking of distractions, Trib donates $5. So I'm going to distract real quick to read this donation. Thank you so much, Trib. Trib, yes, W Trib's in the chat. Trib says, if we're calling people like him transphobic, we have lost the plot. It's okay to be angry, LOL, but unilateral change is
It's
kind of
subjective,
difficult
bro.
to do.
Which is fine according to Calvin standards. It's subjective. So
Well, you're never gonna change nobody's mindset. Like if you don't like at least try to be conducive to the arguments. Like you have to kind of be able to have a conversation.
95% of what I said has been doing that. So guess what? You're fine. So going back to it, unless you can prove that this is always going to be distracting for every single kid and not just something where some ADHD kid is like amazed by like the bright colors or something, then maybe you have a case. But I think most of these kids, again, can easily get over themselves by us pointing out not all boys wear clothes just because they have a penis. Sometimes they wear clothes because they feel like wearing different clothes, right? Sometimes people even want to wear shorts and then wear dresses. Guess what? Women already do that. And girls, oh my God, mind blown, right? So it's almost as if there's nothing that's fixed in reality here other than we need to not harm kids and we need to not have an overly distracting environment for them, such as overly revealing clothing. That's clearly, definitely distracting. Like no one's going to argue that. And no one's arguing for these kids to be any more revealing than they already were. Most of these skirts are knee fucking high.
Mm.
I definitely hear your concern, Melanie. I would still stand on my position that, keeping things a norm and that to be a transgender
It is a norm. Trans people already exist, so that is a norm.
Okay. Did trans people just started within the past 10 or 20
Nope.
years?
They've
Okay.
always existed.
No, that's
Okay.
what she just said. They've always existed.
Exactly. And you've done well
So you're
since
talking
that
about the norm of oppressing
Listen,
and
let me finish. Let me finish.
removing-
Let me finish.
No,
my
I'm
point.
just let me
finish
clarify
my
something,
point.
right?
Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
What you're
Let me
saying
finish
just
my
made
point.
sense to me, and I want to point out, what you're saying makes sense now, so you don't
ahead.
have to elaborate for no reason.
Go ahead.
What you're saying is the tradition that we have of oppressing trans people by not accepting them, that kind of norm, the norm that's violent against trans people by default.
Oh,
No, you put words in my. I never.
I did
no.
put words in my mouth there, but I think you're talking
that
about
is the norm,
upholding-
though, Calvin.
No,
yeah,
it's-
when you say
I-
upholding norms, that is the norm you would be upholding.
So I've already clarified myself that these people should be accepted. They're who they identify, wherever they want to identify. Their how they express themselves should be embraced by the teachers, and they should not be bullied in school. I simply said and only stated that in terms of the clothing that they wear, that should be limited. They should. Biological boys should wear what biological boys should wear, and girls,
that
of
mean?
course, biological boys should not wear a dress. And of
There's no
course,
such thing as that.
I stole this from you
people
directly,
who identify
Fuzzy.
as boys wear what people who identify as boys
biological
wear,
boys, as I
and people
bi-
who identify as girls wear what
Okay.
people who identify
We're
as
going
girls.
in circles.
But
Yeah,
let me finish. Well, let me fucking finish. There is no clothing specifically for genital organs. There's underwear, but guess what? Especially young kids can wear both types of underwear. They're called briefs or
Agreed.
boxers. I've known women who wore boxers throughout high school. So please tell me how this is like a biological necessity.
I really hate. Oh, I didn't have my mic on.
It is
What's
a
up,
question
Vibe?
for Calvin.
I really hate.
It is sorry, Vibe, but it is a question for Calvin. I just want
Oh,
to
no,
make sure
no,
he's
no,
not going to answer.
No, I'm
Okay,
not.
cool.
I'm not going to answer. You can
I
go.
was waiting for him to respond, and when I heard silence, I decided to jump
Okay,
in.
just
So
making
I
sure.
don't mean to overstep anybody here.
No.
And Melanie,
been
I'm
working
actually
away at this
I'm
for a
actually
while.
going to agree with you. So, like a little bit here, right? I actually have I have a whole debate here in my mind that
Before-
the right is
sorry,
more
Vibe.
responsible.
Before you do, I want to point out Z King did just join in the back. I only have 6 slots on StreamYard, so if anybody wants to pay to boot somebody from the panel, you can
I've
bring up
taken
Z
enough
King.
air.
Melanie, come
I didn't want
on.
Melanie to go.
I could drop.
I'm
I don't. I
agreeing with
wouldn't.
Melanie.
Come on, Melanie.
She'll come back. Don't worry.
I
Hi,
didn't,
everyone.
I didn't mean to. I really don't.
No,
So-
it's actually an important conversation. I wanted to hear what Vibe had to say though.
Yeah, so I'm on the right. I'm not far right. I'm not mega, but I am a Republican. I am a Christian, just so you guys know that. For those that don't know me, however, I believe that the right is actually pretty heavily responsible for the whole problem with this gender spectrum, and it is exactly to the note of what Melanie was just fighting. That a boy being born a boy doesn't mean that he should wear pants or a skirt. Men are men, women are women, but we all have preferences. And we know, I believe that men are born men. I believe that women are born women. I believe in the old times we had.
I think they're
we
born
had,
boys and girls, right? And then they become men and women.
They
Agreed.
become men and women, right? I believe that biological sex stays the same no matter what. I think the only reason that a man
So
wants to
trans
be
people, by the way.
gendered as a woman is because the right said, well, if you like long hair or if you like makeup, you have to be a woman. You can't be a man. Therefore, and we indoctrinate, the right indoctrinates children saying that you have to be this way. I think in a perfect society, we potentially could have men that like to wear dresses, that like to have makeup, and do what they do, not have the word trans, and just be a man and be proud of being a man for his preferences, right? Now that's a
So
far.
real quick though, Vibe. Like there are people who do that and are not trans, and they're fine with that. And then there are people who do that and they are trans. So like there seems to be some additional
the
factors
reason
at
they're
play. And
trans
you
is
think
because-
they're trans. You think they're trans
No.
because of whatever, like whatever the right wing social pressure, people calling them girls or whatever. But it seems like all psychiatric organizations in the world, for the most part,
that's actually
seem
not
to disagree
true.
with you on that and seem to recognize that
Matter
there
of
is something else
fact,
going on
the
here. Like it seems like
if you look at the newest, like okay, so the DSM-5, and there's a version 1 and a version 2. The
Where's
version 1
that coming from though? Where is that source?
Yeah, so well, Ryan was just saying that psychology disagrees with me. However, I don't think psychology disagrees with me because there's one DSM-5, but there's 2 versions of it. The first version actually did suggest that the environment actually it dictates this, whether a man that has more female characteristics, regardless of testosterone, height, or anything like that, a man with female tendencies might have gender dysphoria. Now, the DSM-5 version 2 put basically a footnote in that saying that.
You're echoing, bro.
yeah.
Well, no, Ryan was citing me. Is there any proof to
Oh
this?
yeah,
And I'm
Z,
actually
can you
being
mute yourself?
completely wrong.
The audio is kind of funky. Thank you.
Oh, my audio is fucking.
No, you're good, Vibe. It was Z King, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The DSM-5 actually, because of the political pressure in the United States, revised the whole notion on that, but they did put a footnote in there saying based on the country, basically saying, all right, we concede the whole country agrees that gender dysphoria does not exist in the United States, but we are still sticking to our note that it does exist in other cultures based on the culture, which actually really does say, and the proof is right there. Read the DSM-5 version 1 and version 2. They conceded to government. It's so visible that they conceded to the United States politics to change the DSM-5 to concede to the United States gender politics. But they still didn't fully concede. They said basically the United States we're going to exempt from that particular diagnosis we made, but the rest of the world still applies to.
So, Vibe, is it
Can I ask
more
a question?
prevalent in American political discussion than around the world, or is that something that we've just seen pushed more lately?
No, so I mean, it's a push, right? Obviously, the DSM-5 changed the version 2 based on U.S. politics and pressure. They didn't fully concede, but they conceded. They're like, okay, we're done fighting this. This is where the majority is going. We're throwing science out the door. We're just going to say for the United States, this is what politics says. I mean, that's what the version 2 says. If you read it,
Can you,
that's
can
what
you,
version
can you
two
find me like
says.
the direct quote that you're referring to so we can actually
Yeah,
read it?
I was gonna
'Cause I
ask
feel like you're
about
probably
that.
paraphrasing this kind of badly, frankly, just to be real with you.
Oh, just
Hey,
about
no,
it.
actually,
Real quick.
I'll
I'm
read
really
it.
curious.
Because shoot, I mean, I jumped up on the panel all of a sudden. I
BMS
usually share
something,
notes,
right?
But I do.
You're a programmer. You can open a
actually
tab.
have a lot of notes on this. I have so many notes on this.
DMS
but-
2 something.
Sorry, what's that?
You said DMS 2, like
DSM.
they revised
DSM
it.
5. He's saying DSM 5 version 2, but Mel said we're well past 2, which I would not be surprised to hear that as well.
Wait, I have a question.
Eva says
for
he
Vlad.
lied. Go ahead, Z-King.
Oh yeah, my question for Vlad is: so you're saying that the overall conclusion is based on the, I guess, social conversation in the U.S. and not that much clinical? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, so I did skip a whole premise on this because I am pretty strong. Like I said, originally I was saying I think the right is a little bit more responsible for this whole LGBTQ, XYZ, I don't know all the letters,
Right.
and all this multi-gender out there. So, Ryan, don't shake your head. I'm actually taking the blame
Just
here.
be respectful,
Right,
bro.
right?
I just,
So if you wanna shake your head,
mean,
well,
like,
I'm
you're doing
trying
it in like a
to-
kind of gaslighty way, but I understand that might not be
No,
intentional.
I
but-
really
but,
am
yeah.
not doing it as a gaslighting.
Yeah, I
way,
don't think
right?
you
don't know
intend
all
to be
the
doing it in a
letters.
gaslight. Like I said, I don't think it's
apologize for
intentional, but it
the
is.
letters.
I-
But listen to this.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Just let me lay out my premise here, right?
I'm not going to
and
promise
I
not to
do-
roll my eyes.
And I do have a lot. I've done a lot of research on this. I have a lot of articles, right? And it premises from 3 facts. So there are things that we've seen. Just let's not talk about trans. Let's just talk about gays. Okay, it's people that are gay. We have seen that male children that are molested tend to be gay when they get older. We know we have tons of studies that say children's minds are very moldable. And this is still premise 1, very moldable at ages like 2 to 6, right? Like anything we put in there, it basically starts doing their brain wiring. We've seen through psychology as well that music, right? Just music. When we look at Chinese, they do music better, not because they're Chinese, but because the tonalization of their language starts wiring their brain to understand the different tones, because they don't have one vowel, they have 4 vowels and sound inflections. These all wire the brains. This is all science. This is all fact. So now imagine we take a child that is a boy who wants to play with his sister's doll, and all of a sudden that parent goes, "Oh no, boys don't do that." And the right is really good at doing this. We're really good at saying, "Hey, you can't play with dolls, you can't do this, you can't do that." We tell them that their brains are being wired to that. We're telling
What
them.
does that mean?
And if you ask transsexuals or gays and anybody, they'll all say, "I knew it before I even was at puberty." They all
So
know it,
are-
right?
Can I butt in
Are they
there?
being molded to become
You
trans?
can butt in. Wait, who? It was Z-King, right?
Yeah, I was gonna butt
Well,
in.
my
'cause I'm
point is
actually- I'm
if-
actually-
Well, wait,
we're
before you get to your alleged point, I'm gonna let Z-King chime in as well.
I just wanted to butt in because I'm actually a gay guy, and thankfully I've never been molested. I'm very grateful for that. So what you said when it comes to like the music or the tone, something about the tone, the sound inflection of certain music, that was a factor in people's, I guess, gender identity or
No,
sexual
it's not a factor
expression.
in their gender. It's a factor in Chinese people or Asian people that speak with the languages that have tonality in the inflection of the vowels are better at music, not because they're Asian, but because of their language, right?
Yeah.
The children are not better at music than Americans or South Africans or anything like that. Their language makes them better. This is a proof that children's brains are moldable by what is inputted. Has nothing to do with trans, but is an example of how children's brains are molded by what's inputted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And the reason why I
Okay,
put it in is you
but
talked about
it has nothing to do with
something-
trans. That's just a fact that young minds, their brains, the wiring, and tons of science studies out here. The neurons that are connecting are connecting based on the input. So, and it doesn't happen after like 25. After 25, the neurons are pretty much mostly already wired, right? And they're going to be wired that way pretty much for the rest of your life. Now, you have a 4-year-old child who's a male. He doesn't know the difference between female or male, right? But all of a sudden, everybody in his environment is telling him that the thing that he wants to do is unachievable if he's not a woman. So now I'm a boy.
We going down the sports road.
No, I mean, right. And now we're wiring his brain the same way the music or the vocabulary, any of that stuff. We're wiring his brain. The neural connections are coming together, and they're saying, "Wow, there's this person I am that I want to be, and it's not necessarily a woman. It's just a guy that likes pink, or it's just a guy that wants to have long hair, or it's just a guy that has these tendencies." But now,
Vibe, you recognize you're just pontificating right now, right? Like this is just pontificating.
Wait,
Right.
I have a question though. I'm gonna get to the point. So the reason why I want to butt in is because I actually kind of agree with what you were saying when it comes to like the idea of like those households where they're really strict on gender roles and imposing certain norms. Like I come from that kind of background. My family's very religious, very Christian. They do not like gay people, to just put it nicely for YouTube. But yeah, I mean, even before I was really exposed to like their, I guess, full perspective on that, I already was having those feelings, right? When I was very young, before I really knew that my parents thought this was bad. It was only after that I had those feelings. And then as I got older, I think around like, I would say like 8-ish, like 8 years old up, that's when my parents started talking to me about that kind of stuff. And then that's when I realized, oh, they hate this. So, but before that, I already knew I felt different. And I had sort of like romantic-esque feelings towards other boys. So, yeah, I'm just curious to get your perspective on that, on why you think that may be.
Yeah, no, I think that kind of aligns with what I've seen. Now, I'm a parent of 3 children. I am a brother with 5 siblings, one of which is gay, who I don't hate, and we didn't reject from the family, by the way.
Thank God, bud.
Based.
I know when I bring these things up, people like get really mad. They're like, "Oh, he must hate gays" and things like that. No, that's not the truth. I'm just trying. And you know what? I think even regardless of my opinion and my thesis here, I think there's still going to be people that are outliers, but I don't think it's as many as there are today, in the sense that I do believe, like you said, I've seen it. You said some families. No, my family is very open, and I don't think we would be one of those type of families that be like shame any child that is outside of their gender. But I have seen every school event I go to, when there is one boy out there skipping while the rest of the boys are freaking running their asses off, most of the parents will snicker back and forth like, well, that one's a little bit light in the loafers. Do you think that boy does not know that's happening? Like
he shouldn't care though. He's doing his thing. He doesn't that's not his best. If your parents say that, if his mom and dad were like, "Oh, my son is skipping in the loafers," if his parents don't give a shit, then why should the other parents give a shit?
I'm trying to take blame as a rightist, where all these people around us, the families, grandparents, and things like that, are subliminally putting these things in that boy's mind at one event, right? Even if the parents are fully supported, right? You're like, well, I didn't notice it, but
Vibe, there are still gay people. Like we're like these gay people aren't just all turning trans.
Okay. Oh my God, are you not listening? Do you not think that the reason there's an increase in gay? Okay. So what do you guys think?
It's the increase is because people. Why is there more left-handed people now than there were in the past before?
Sorry.
Why is that?
Also, real quick, I actually before we move on, I do want to come back to like I want to know the specific thing you're referring to in the DSM, where you're saying that DSM-5 acknowledges that they're not following science and they're specifically taking political. I really want to come back to that, but go ahead and finish the point we're on right now.
I mean, are there not more left-handed people being recognized now than there were before? So it's not like there weren't left-handed people before. They would get their hands smacked when they were writing with their left hand, and they were forced to be right-handed. And then now
I
that
get that. That was going to be my next question, right? Like,
How many people believe that?
through the coolness of being trans now and things
is
like
it
that.
cool, really? Because they look like they're being fucking subjugated right now.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
a
no,
wild
it's cool as
take
heck
in
right now.
America right
Trust
now.
me.
Like that's crazy.
Whatever
It's
whatever generate no by the adults, yes. By the children that are growing up right now, it is cool. I have a 21-year-old, I have a 10-year-old, and I have a 7-year-old, right? And I definitely know that right now being trans, gay, and stuff like that is actually much cooler than it used to be in the 80s.
Who the fuck are you
Sure,
hanging around?
Cooler, but it really depends on the bubble, right? It's
I don't. Yeah, it very much depends on the bubble. I
Yeah.
can tell you that for sure.
And once again, I'm not rejecting the whole premise. I'm just saying that I think I do think there are men that are trans that could still actually identify as men and be proud of being men and like other men. I'm cool with that, right? Like this whole idea
but
of,
not cool with them
I mean,
being
in
women.
my family, I am actually much more loving to my children than my wife is. I am like the more womanly man, the womanly person in our
Feminine?
family than
What if
normal.
one of your kids came out as trans?
Well,
Would you say that was environmental?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be what it is. I would say it's environmental, and it'd be my environmental influence, right? In that,
Can you imagine that there might just be some people who are trans? Like, isn't that possible? Isn't that like
already conceded
he's on
that
a
like
really
8
good point,
times. I
Wait,
keep on
Fly's
conceding
actually-
that there are always going to be people that are. I'm just saying that society is making more by.
And but
throwing
what's
a
your
bias
basis for
saying
that? What is
that
your
I'm
actual
not
Wait,
basis
allowed.
guys,
for
I
that?
want to touch on this. I have an
Oh my
important.
God,
You guys are freaking crazy.
It's cool, vibe. It's cool,
I
vibe.
sort of,
So-
I sort of get what Vi's getting at. I do think that because socially and culturally, it's become more accepted to be gay or trans. Obviously, there's some crazy shit going on right now, and that has been for a couple of years. But just generally speaking, like the societal notion that okay, being gay or being trans is not wrong. I think that more people in general, they feel more comfortable trying to express themselves or gender bend. That doesn't mean they're necessarily trans or gay. They're just open. They're more open to experimentation. And then I've known some people who were like, I've tried something with a guy or a girl who tried something with a girl. Like, that's not for me. But they're more open to experimenting now because of like the shift in society on the views of trans and gay people. I think that's what he's getting at. That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah, it's just crazy to me that at one time, right now, if we look back at history, there were flamboyant men that had babies and had kids and were fathers. There were tomboys that were women, which today are bull dykes, right, or whatever, and had
Not
children.
necessarily.
Easy.
Not
Easy with
necessarily.
the
Not all of them.
diesel.
But there was one time where you could be a tomboy as a woman and still get married and still be a tomboy. But now society says if you're a tomboy at a very young age that you're probably not in your skin, and we start programming them because they're not in their skin as a child. That now they start going, wait, am I female? Am I this? Like I want to celebrate women that act more like men, and I want to celebrate men that act more like women, and I want to allow the men that act more like women to be men that act like women, and I want to celebrate the women that act like men.
You're just not a fan of the trans part, the transition.
Well, hold on. I don't
No,
think it's necessarily
I mean,
programming, though.
that's where
I think it's
that's
just
where I
because
actually
there's
would
other options.
divert to, because I am not male. Ryan's not male. None of us are male or female. We're all who we are by our first name and last name. And if somebody actually happens to have our first name and last name, well, then they're not a duplicate of us. We're all individuals and we're all different. I would like the reason I don't like this whole all these I want to be these pronouns. To me, it's ridiculous. I don't even care what pronoun I am. My pronouns are I don't give a fuck. My pronoun is I am one and an individual. All of you guys are. Now, whether I fit in my gender stereotype or not doesn't matter. Whether you think I fit in my stereotype or not doesn't matter. I am who I am. I'm Vibe. That's it. That's my pronoun. That's my pronoun. I'm Vibe.
Okay, that's his truth. All right, Z King, do you want to respond? And then I want to.
That's
Oh yeah, I just I want to say one more thing on the topic of like the gay people because I remember a while ago, like I saw some research and I even watched some videos about this. Basically, like the more, I think it's with men specifically, like the more siblings, like male siblings, like brothers they have in the family, there's more likely that one of those males will become gay, or grow up gay, or what I don't even know the fucking terminology, but they'll basically be gay. It's more likely when you have more male siblings, and it's interesting because in my immediate family, I only have one sibling. It's my sister. But in my dad's family, he has like 5 other brothers, and none of them are gay. But I'm gay. So I think there's kind of a link between that, like more males being born, leading to one of them being more likely.
It's just a numbers thing too. At that point, though, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
it is. But
always gay people.
But what I'm saying is that phenomenon that I just described is disproportionately represented in those scenarios where you
I
have
got you.
like more siblings of the same sex that are produced. More than likely, one of them will be gay. Not necessarily just because of overall numbers, but I think it's because of something with that particular dynamic. I don't know what it is.
I would be curious to find out if there's a correlation between girls that have a lot of boy siblings, if there was correlation to them becoming lesbian or
I don't know about.
I want to point out another real quick. I want to point out another correlation. It's actually a causation. This is if the goal is not met in the next 5 minutes, then the causal result will be that the stream might just end. I could extend the goal. I might not. I can't promise either way. Also, Ditso has joined the back. I only have 6 slots, so Ditso can
I'll
kill up.
pop off. I've said enough. Thanks for talking about.
No, Z King, you came up first. I'll drop.
ZK, you were cooking.
Z King, stay up. I'll drop. I'll drop.
I wanted to say follow up with Z King and the conversation was going. Brian, you may recall in that debate that the Raging Tomato stated that she grew up in a family of boys, and that her she was very tomboyish. She wanted to be like one of the boys. You recall that part?
I do, yes.
So that kind of follows what you're saying, Vibe. That did she say she thought she was a lesbian or something at one point in time, or she?
No, I mean it is an interesting
if she
thing,
said
and I'll have
that
to look that one up because I have done a lot of studies, and I will send them to you, Ryan. I've been doing like 3 months of studies on this, and I've been collecting them all. Like I said, I didn't jump on this panel ready for this particular debate. I was actually trying to take the blame for it.
Thank you,
but I really have been putting a lot of effort and thought into this, and not from a hate spectrum side, right? Like when I was talking about like male children being molested, being gay, I'm just looking at statistics, numbers. I'm like you. I'm a coder. I'm a programmer. I like feelings. I do care about feelings, but when it really comes down to facts, I like to go to facts, and I've been digging into this for a long time. And I think there's a lot of children that are misguided by, and especially the right, because the right is really heavy saying if you're a man, you have to play football and you have to box. If you're a girl, you have to do ballet. You have to do this. And I think we build children. Now, not saying, once again, saying that they're not some gay people and they're not some trans people. I'm just saying that we are screwing our children by forcing them into saying, just as the original conversation with Melanie was, there is no boy clothing and there is no girl clothing. That's all created by society.
I would like to follow that up, but Brian, I wanted to ask quickly, what is the dollar amount that you're seeking?
Anything could be any literally any dono. There's no I don't have a limit. I'm just just trying to keep the show going, just trying to keep treats in my wiener boy's belly, you know.
Just real quickly, hello everyone. Thank you for having me, Ryan. I want to come in, Vibes. I wanted to address this on you. You did quote correctly what happened with the change of the DSM-5. I have a minor in psychology myself. However, the way you addressed it kind of made it misunderstood. The change
I am willing for the correction. Yes.
Yeah. The change from what was known as the
Give me one moment, Ditso,
disorder.
before you finish. I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I just want to thank
Go ahead.
Calvin for extending the stream with a $2 super chat. Go ahead, Ditso.
Okay. And no problem, Ryan. You're the boss here. Anytime you need to interrupt, just go ahead.
You're goddamn right. Don't ever fucking forget it.
Anyhow, I forget. I never goddamn forget it. Anyhow, Vibe. So I put some links on the back chat. Anybody can go ahead and check it. So very simple. The change from gender disorder to gender dysmorphia, and eventually to a more concise criteria, telling us every trans individual suffers of gender dysphoria. In order to diagnose via DSM-5 gender dysphoria, I'm sorry, it would need to, because dysmorphia is another thing, it would need to fulfill at least 4 out of the 5, 6 criteria that I've already placed in that sense. So that is the important, right? Your comment got that it DSM-5 responded to United States political pressure. It doesn't do justice to the reality and the scientific process that was happening in the background in regards to this. And in fact, right now we have to admit that psychology and psychiatry has been facing in many of its fields, especially with replication crisis. If nobody is aware of that, go ahead and Google it. Just put psychology, replication crisis, and read about it. Basically, replication crisis is that a lot of the psychological and psychiatry basis that we may have had has proven wrong. We already are way beyond fraud, for example. We're way beyond Jung in many in the ways we analyze human nature, human behavior, human. So that's all I wanted to say.
So can I
That's a good
address
point.
Dan on this? I mean, I think you said I was kind of right, but I was wrong in the sense that it was pressure from the government. And I'll actually concede that was an observation of mine of why that might have happened. But I think you did say that their change on gender dysphoria was based on what I think my conversation is, based on the societal impact of that particular area. Therefore, we have to judge the gender dysphoria not based on a personal level, but a environmental level. Correct?
Wait, when you say the societal impact, what we're talking about there is what the data suggests about these, like qualifying these things.
I mean,
in a
so this
way.
is what I read between the lines. In Asia, it's still wrong. Therefore, in Asia, gender dysphoria is still real. But in the United States, the impact socially is now not bad. Therefore, gender dysphoria in the United States is not bad. Dan was correct when I took a leap in that statement. But the underlying tone of, or actually not the underlying tone, the tone of the DSM-5 version 2 is that it is societal that determines whether this person is suffering from gender dysphoria or not.
So, okay, let's put it this way. Yes, Vive, in the sense that when we study psychology, the cultural and societal surroundings will mark our understanding and our approach towards how we implement that treatment or that diagnostical criteria, etc. We can agree on that. I think that's that logical step to take. However, we can also agree that we have advanced sufficiently in the psychological field to know that there are certain standardizations for diagnostical purposes. A schizophrenic individual is a schizophrenic in Asia, Africa, Europe, or United States. A bipolar individual is bipolar in anywhere in any part of the world. So can
Agreed.
we agree on that sense?
Yeah. No, and this is kind of going to my point. Like, I still can't believe people are arguing with me, because I stepped into this conceding that the environment that my side of the party creates could be part of the problem. I cited the DSM-5 and the 2 versions, and I use that as an example, and maybe I was stepping over, but I mean, I think
I wouldn't say saying you cited it is a little bit. Well,
no, I mean,
of a
Dan,
stretch, but
it is actually agreeing with me, saying yes, there was a distinction between the 2 versions on gender dysphoria.
yeah, but we all know that it used to be labeled gender incongruence disorder or whatever, and then it changed to gender dysphoria. Like, this is very common understanding.
Okay, no,
I think
now you're just changing words.
real quickly.
It's not changing words. It's literally different diagnostic criteria and everything.
Just so I can propose a middle ground and we can advance from this conversation. I think that the problem was how to communicate, how the point came across in that sense. So let me try steelman your position and see if I can express it and contribute to your point. 1, psychological diagnosis has become very much standardized throughout the whole world. Criteria of cultural differences play a role into that diagnostic, but at the end, they become secondary towards that diagnostical tool. That being said, we have to recognize that psychiatry as well as psychology has continuously advanced. It is suffering a replication crisis, and that replication crisis is good because it then forces the diagnostical tools to improve, to change. And people don't realize that. And then they say, oh, well, DSM-4 used to call it gender disorder. Well, we realized that term was insufficient. We had to evolve from that term. Now it's gender dysphoria. And now we're evolving in criteria. In order to diagnose a person with gender dysphoria, this criteria, which I provided in the chat, I think anybody can put it on the chat if possible. The criteria specified on the DSM-5, especially in version 2, is the one that should be more focused into it. So if a person meets at least, I think it's 60%, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's another, colleague in psychology, I did a minor in psychology, but I use it in my political field more than practice into it. So please correct me if I'm wrong in this, but if a person meets about 50 or 60% of the criteria, then the diagnostic is more into that area. So at the end, yes, cultural realities play a role in diagnostic, but they are not the fundamental tool to determine that diagnostic. Did I steelman your position correctly, or am I mistaken?
No, I think you steelmaned it very well, and I think you're one of the only persons on this panel that actually listened. So I like that, right? That's good. I'm not sure if everybody got what you were saying. Cultural, I mean, this was the whole crux of my conversation, right? What you just steelmanned. And I still think the variances between the DSM versions kind of like concluded to your steelman there is that they accepted that, hey, culture does make a difference. Now we know that psychology, I don't want to call it hack science, but in a sense, even psychologists know this, that their information is only as good as the information the people they're talking to gives them. And people don't always tell the truth. They try to sort through that and they make the best of it. And that's why it's one of the more inaccurate sciences out there. But I think because we have a lot of talented people out there, it's getting as accurate as it can be. And we keep on having to change it based on the mass amounts of data that we're getting in to come to some decent conclusions. But yeah, I mean, I'm with you.
It's because it's a soy soft science. That's why.
Yeah, but I still don't understand why like Ryan is on the attack here when I literally came in.
Bro, I barely talked the whole fucking time. What do you mean I'm on the attack? I've been sitting here quietly letting all you guys hash out your shit. I agree. I'll talk. No. Calm the fuck down, Vibe. Let me cook. Let me cook. Listen, bitch. All right. I sat here and listened to you guys monologue on and on and on. I agree with you that there might be some people out there who are trans specifically for the reason that you're saying, where there are some of them who, like, because of like social pressure saying, well, you're a girl if you do X, Y, and Z. This might be the case. I don't think they would qualify for gender dysphoria, for the record. I don't think those people would.
I agree too. I think they could be men that like to like.
That's fine. I don't think they would. It doesn't. I don't care what their gender identity is. I'm saying they would.
You should care. You should.
Okay, well, I don't care what anybody's gender identity is unless it's like giving them like
gender
distress.
identity. You're born a male and you just happen.
Yeah, you just don't. I don't think you understand what I'm saying when I refer to gender identity. Then if you're talking about being born a male, that has nothing to do with the gender identity that I'm pointing out. But anyway, I'm sure there are some people who might be. Who might not identify as trans if there were less social pressures. There might be some of these people, but that just the idea there's some substantial amount of these people who are being diagnosed with gender dysphoria because of this. I don't buy that at all. That's why I don't believe.
Let's remove gender dysphoria. Imagine how much suicides would drop if men that just were able to be openly more feminine were allowed to be feminine. They wouldn't have to reject manhood, and they wouldn't be trying to kill themselves. And
but when you say the thing that's the thing that's causing them to want to commit suicide is not that they're rejecting manhood. It's that the people around them are treating them like shit.
What did I come on the panel saying? I came here saying I think the right is responsible for this whole dysphoria.
Yeah, but I don't care. I'm not talking about. I'm just saying when you put. Hang on. No, I'm pushing back. I'm pushing back against your framing, Vibe. Oh my god, I'm pushing back against your framing where you said they're rejecting manhood. I don't. It's not the reason. Again. I'm just gonna say it again. The reason that they're distressed. Please let me talk. I listened to you. You said so. You have run my panel for the last hour, Vibe. Let me talk. All I'm saying.
Was there anybody else in this panel when I jumped on and I said I want to come on and support Melanie? I actually said I can't even believe I'm doing this. I'm going to support Melanie, and I'm going to
listen. 3 minutes. 3 minutes to extend the show. I understand if you guys don't want to at this point, but 3 minutes to extend the show.
No, I remember what Vibe said. I get what Ryan
wants to attack me because I'm right.
I don't want to attack you. I didn't.
I
came on a panel saying,
can we say that it was? But can we agree that perhaps it was in the heat of the moment, the way that you provided? I understood you because I'm a minor in psychology, so I got the essence of what you were saying, and I said being not wrong. Just the way that it was expressing. But coming back to one point of the conversation, look, makeup, dresses, high heels, for example, were originally used by men. Especially in particularly monarchy, you know.
Agree.
Sure.
Eventually, it changed into women being utilized. This whole conversation about biological versus, I've always found that to be such an absurdity. For example, anybody know what the word dysmorphia means? The etymological meaning of dysmorphia?
Nope.
Ugly.
Dysphoria. Calvin, thanks again. Calvin with the $2. Sorry, real quick. Calvin extending the show with $2. I'll add another 15.
Thank you, Calvin.
So dysmorphia means ugliness.
Dysphoria.
It's from the Greek. So when we're talking about gender dysmorphia, you're talking about a self-perceived notion of ugliness. How the person feels.
Wait. To contrast the ugliness, we have some beauty, which is Lauren donating $2. That's a beautiful thing. Donating $2 to extend the stream even more. I will actually re-up the timer once again. So sorry, carry on, so.
No. Okay, so fundamentally in that, that's one point to be made. You know, language is important. Dysmorphia comes from the Greek. It means ugliness. So what we're recognizing is the self-perception of that individual in regards of how they perceive themselves. This is something interesting. Mammals, the majority of mammals, more in humans, more manifested and more elementally in humans, to say it that way, have the capability of self-awareness. That self-awareness includes physical appearance. Have you ever seen when an animal sees itself on a mirror? Boom, right there. You're seeing the reaction of self-awareness. So if you have a behavior that is generalized through the mammals, then the question becomes, what does higher cognitive abilities impact towards that self-awareness?
I apologize to cut you off, but Trib donates $5 to ask a very poignant question that I think is an important one to engage with. And since he did donate $5 to do so, we now are obliged to at least spend the next 5 minutes or so on this topic. So, Trib's, and I'm sorry, Z-King, you're I think it's you echoing again. Yeah. But Trib says specifically, hate to be like this. Well, I love for you to be like this, especially when being like this is giving me money. But he says, can we please point out where the DSM-5 crew states they are going against science due to societal pressure? Like, am I high? Is Trib high vibe?
No. So, I mean, Dan actually pointed this out right when he jumped on. He said, I think you're taking a stretch there. He admitted that there was a change in the next version that was based on societal. Now, when I read that and I looked at it, I was like, why did they do that? And I did jump to the conclusion of that. So I will say that is my own bias in reading between the lines. I will not say I have evidence, and I might be able to look it up and find it. I didn't ever research that, but when I looked at the changes between the DSM-5 version 1 and 2, I was like, why did they change that? And I knew in society there was all this stuff going on that in the United States with the trans and gays and things like that. And I was like, that seems pretty convenient. So yes, I did make a jump. I am not an authority on this. I am not a psychologist. That was kind of a conclusion I came up with on myself. I'll admit that.
Vibe is one of the good ones.
In fact, it's just
Trib, is that satisfactory? Go ahead, Ditso.
Just to point the fact, and I'm very technical, but in that sense, DSM-5 is done by APA or APA. APA is the American Psychiatric Association. However, and bear with me on this sense. Why is it that one of the major diagnostical tools is a U.S.-centric book?
Is somebody type? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Is somebody typing? Or is that you did so?
That's me, my bad.
Okay, sorry, Calvin. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So that's one first level of criticism in regards of how the DSM and DSM diagnostical tool is implemented, especially throughout the Western Hemisphere / Western European. Those are the two main areas. Asia doesn't use DSM-5 mostly, unless it's from westernized, if you want to use that fucked up term. But anyhow, the point being here is that to answer that question, that's why I came on board. I heard what Vibe said, and my point of contesting was that sure, Vibes was correct, but the way he phrased it was mistaken. There were few mistakes within the way he phrased the correct points he was making. So I had to come in and say, okay, hold on, let's put this into perspective. So
I did take my own perspective on that change, right? And it's funny because, I mean, ultimately we've got to look at psychology in a weird way, right? Like we've got extreme cases like borderline personality disorder, right? And this is a weird one because there's also a disorder called being an asshole. Now, is being an asshole in the DSM-5? No. But there are some people that are just assholes. And
that's true, but you know who's real quick? You know who's not an asshole? The Trib one who comes in with another $5 saying, "Appreciate you being honest about not knowing Vibe. DSM-5 updates their classifications when there is more conclusive evidence that refutes their priors. So Trib is, in fact, satisfied by your clarification.
I would have a
and
question.
I also appreciate
on that particular.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Scenario.
I will
being
hold my
an
tongue then.
asshole is in the DSM-5.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that is
But
in
I
the.
would tell you,
Did add that in. They did add that in. I do know that. So I agree.
no, but it's actually even before the add-in. One could argue that being an asshole is a trait of a narcissistic individual.
Correct. But there are. I mean, this is the thing about the DSM-5 or I think they bring in BSD in the 4, right? And originally one of the arguments was like, how do you diagnose somebody who just actually is that personality? And how many personalities do we put into the DSM next versions, right? Like, is Ryan going to be one of the versions of the DSM-6, right? Like, we all have personalities, but are they disorders? Now, this is the hard thing about the psychology about it, right? Because we also see that serial killers and entrepreneur are like, the best entrepreneurs almost have the same personality traits. When is a personality trait that is in the DSM a bad or a good personality trait? It's such a hard science. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but I mean, this is kind of like when I look at it, I can cite the DSM, but in a sense, I actually just want to say we kind of throw that out. I mean, it doesn't. Manic depression, we see it.
Well,
you know it. Like you
didn't
said,
cite. To be clear, you didn't ever cite the DSM in the first place, so I don't.
Well, I did.
You could cite the DSM, but you didn't.
And Dan half agreed and half disagreed, right? He did see the variance, and the variance that I mentioned, he did state.
Nobody disagreed that they changed from the DSM-4 to 5 from gender incongruence disorder to something more granular and something more evidence-backed.
No, I wasn't talking about 4 ever.
Okay, well, what's the change exactly that you're pointing? I don't know what the change you're pointing to, because what
there's
Ditso
two versions of
posted,
DSM-5.
what Ditso actually posted regarding what was about DSM-4 to DSM-5. So,
okay,
yeah, the DSM-4 to DSM-5. That's when it changed from gender disorder to gender dysmorphia. Dysphoria is another different term. Dysphoria means irrational fear. So just so we don't confuse each other in that sense. But anyhow, in what you were saying, I think it's interesting. I mean, yeah, sure, I'll remit myself into what the DSM-5, especially. Well, I'm using the revised June 2011 or 2011 edition, which is the latest one, if I'm not incorrect. Please correct me on that. But
and that was the variance I was talking about on the 2.5s.
Yeah, I would, and I quote from DSM-5 is the essential, and I'm quoting: the essential features of a personality disorder are impairments in personality, self and interpersonal functioning, and the presence of pathological personality traits. To diagnose a personality disorder, the following criteria must be met: significant impairments in self, identity or self-direction, and interpersonal, empathy or intimacy functioning. We can then, I end quote, and here comes my approach, personal. We can agree that is a bit too broad of a diagnostic. Yeah. Because then we can argue that personality is another form of a spectrum of human behavior, just like we can say autism is in a spectrum. So not two artists are equal to each other. They experience autism differently from each other, as well as personality traits are different than the criteria of cultural reality and cultural norms kick in. And then you say, what is to be an asshole in the United States versus what is to be an asshole in Costa Rica or in Taiwan?
Sure. Do you mind if I?
Something else interesting.
Hang on. But I want to. I think Z King is trying to get in. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. I just had a question for Dan. So something that I feel like we haven't really established yet is the sort of philosophical side of this, which I think Ryan was getting at earlier, and even Vibe kind of touched on it. We talked about the
Sorry,
cultural.
Siking, you have an echo. You have an echo. I barely
Oh,
heard
wait.
you. I'm sorry.
What about
Can you
now?
please
Wait, I can hear him.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Better. Yes, I can hear you better.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, let me fix my audio. So I was saying that I feel like we haven't really touched on the philosophical conversation regarding this. And I think that's important based on things that we've seen in the past couple of years. And even Vibe and Ryan kind of touched on this. I think more so Vibe because he was talking about culture as well. And the reason why I wanted to talk about this because I wanted to ask you something, Dan. So with like obviously what we've seen with feminism over the years and the whole red pill thing and how men and women see themselves and like what it means to be a man or what it means to be a woman, like philosophically, right? That whole conversation that people have, kind of like what Vibe was talking about earlier, how the right really hardcore imposes those strict traditional gender roles. I want to ask you, Dan, in your like experience in the field that you're in, how much would you say that has an impact on how people behave when it comes to like how they express themselves, whether it's a man or a woman? I know that's a loaded question, but you can give me your best.
I'll give my answer in 5
It's
seconds.
somewhat of a loaded
Everybody
question,
else
but
can
I'll make
answer.
it.
A lot.
Okay.
Well, he was asking.
Yeah. So just to make it real simple, King, in fact, cultural norms will impact self awareness of the individual because I'll give you an example. Why is it that in the Western Hemisphere the majority of people are either Catholic or Christian? Because they were born into that. That's the only fundamental reason why people are Christian and or Catholic. They're born into that. So they're permeated with that throughout the development ages. So yes, there are matters where what you are surrounded from will permeate who you become or how you become or when you become. So
just real quick, I wanted to let
criteria-
Cam know I muted him because I think there was some like bizarre background noise. But I also do if Cam wants to get in, I want to allow him to do so. If he wants to unmute and chime in.
I'm about to
allow
conclude
it.
the point. Okay, so to conclude the point, King, and to answer in the most basic form possible is, yes, your question is loaded, but it's loaded in the sense that if we recognize that a geographical component, which then turns into a cultural component, functions into the self-awareness of individuals, and then self-awareness of group of individuals agree and have a point of an agreement that philosophy is also a geographical bound or originator, or it becomes that expression of that geographical boundary in that sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, essentially, it's
That
not
makes
necessarily geographical, but in a geographic area, there is a societal expectation. And your outcome is based on that, or your outcome isn't necessarily, but it's influenced by that area you're in. So really, I mean, we could say geographical, but I would actually contest that it's more societal, not worldwide societal, but your local society in the way that you're being raised, right?
From a technical standpoint, I would say that false discussion has been way done with. Yes, Vibes. There's the what I was referring is specifically or more in a broader sense. And then if we go into more deeper, sure, we can then have the conversation of the societal norms within that geographical bounds that change, in due time, just like we've seen, for example, what is expected of a man 500 years ago versus what is expected of a man today. So that has changed in many ways, vice versa. So sure, the combination of a geographical bound plus the constant shifting of cultural values, philosophical and otherwise, play their role. So yeah, just to point that out. Sure. Thank you for adding that in. I'm sorry that I went a bit too broad on my explanation.
No,
that
it'd
was
be great. Your mic kind of cuts in and out too, but I appreciate your input, Dan.
I'm gonna hop off now. I gotta go. I'll probably come back in the chat later. But yeah, thanks for the conversation, guys.
Appreciate you. Be
Hey,
safe.
thanks, Zinking.
Bye.
All right. So
Who's is that a Cam? I think that's still you.
Is it gone?
No, there's like some bizarre background like fuzz.
Oh, all right.
Like you got
Sorry.
your TV on, like your TV
If
on
you,
static.
if you just, I mean, like, I don't think it's as, if you hang on, unmute and say something again. It sounds like when you were talking, maybe it wasn't so bad, but like just like mute when you're not talking, maybe.
Yo, I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to talk now. Just going on. I don't know. What's up,
Yeah,
guys?
it's tolerable when you're actually speaking.
All right, I'll just mute when I'm not speaking.
Okay, fair enough.
Ryan, did you see? I don't know if you saw my post back. Did you make mention of what National Day is?
Oh, it is apparently Charlie Kirk Day. Yeah, I don't think he deserves a national holiday. I think that's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot.
But I mean, we don't have a Melissa Hortman national holiday.
it's all the Democrats' fault that Charlie Kirk has a national day now.
How do you think? That's a joke, right? You're memeing, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Vibe. What do you think about that?
It's not Charlie Kirk that is making the holiday. It's that Republicans are in control right now.
Well, obviously,
And
Charlie
it's
Kirk
the
didn't make the holiday. I
circumstances,
agree with that.
All the bad discord happening between the left and the right. I was on a panel the other day, Ryan, where everybody rolled their eyes at me because I was like, I appreciate people like Ryan because whenever I'm on panel, he talks to me. And everybody freaking gave me shit for that.
Yeah, because they don't talk to me, so they don't listen, so they don't feel hurt. Like to be fair to you, Vibe, like you do actually talk to. I agree with that. Like same to you. But those people who are rolling their eyes, they don't listen when I talk.
To Vibe. Oh, they probably all roll their eyes at you. I like that we have this discussion, even though
I don't think there's as much. I think this is tilted in one direction. To be completely honest with you.
Oh, you don't like me?
No, it's not. No. I'm not saying like between. Hang on. No, I'm not saying between us. I'm saying like that there are people on the right who are much less likely to listen to me than there are in these spaces, particularly than there are like people on the left are more likely to listen to people like you in these spaces. That's what I'm saying. That's what the tilt is. It's more likely that the people on the right are less likely to listen. Is what I'm pointing out.
I have no evidence against or for that, but from my conversations, it's really hard to get left people up to talk to. And you're one of the ones that do show up. So I'm really proud that you do show up. And I actually, I reached out, I've been reaching out to some leftists.
I show up and to be fair, I show up and people spend thousands of dollars to get me to stop showing up.
Well, Ryan,
true, but those are not the people on panel. Those are the chatters, right? Like
sometimes,
and I've been
sometimes
reaching
it's
out
both.
to leftists. Like even Wick, I'm like, Wick, bring me up in your channel when you need somebody on the right, because like I don't want to be in this echo chamber with all these leftists or rightists that agree with me. I need to get into channels that people don't agree with me. Like I want to have these discussions. I want to actually take some responsibility. Like I came onto your channel literally to say I think my side has a cause to this whole issue. Not sit there and say it's a ridiculous issue, right? I think these are good conversations. I love the Discord, and I've learned that when I say Discord, everybody actually thinks I'm talking about the app. Maybe they don't know what Discord
only boomers
means.
think that, Vibe.
I'm going to say something extremely controversial, but the Anglo-American, aka United States, aka North American, political channels in YouTube, actually they're too tame. I don't think very few North Americans survive the panels of Latin America. And in fact, very few are able to even get in there because yeah, obviously language, because 99.9% of the time we're speaking in Spanish, and then the cultural shocks. I mean, the majority of pseudo-conservative of the United States are way too softy compared to the conservatives in Latin America. Because here, not only they will insult you, your family, your mama, and every descendancy that you may have, but they will also insult everything that comes after you.
So you're basically saying me as a rightist am really soft on my fellow Americans compared to Latin America.
Could you just say right winger? Right is such a weird. Is this is this like a new thing you're pushing? Like such a it's so weird.
I mean, he said conservatives, right? The conservatives, the ones that are on the hard right, will insult and destroy everything if you're on the left. Versus us in America, we're kind of soft on the left.
What the fuck are you, they like first, Donald Trump literally just declared like everyone on the left a domestic terror organization.
No, I was asking Dan because you're not from his country.
So let me be very simple on this sense. Here, the ideas of left and right, as defined in the United States, are completely inversed, are completely different. So, for example, when here, people like me, who are neither left or right or center, that we are able to mobilize in a more liberal sense, in a strict liberal sense, our approaches of analysis and political understanding, etc. In the United States, it confuses everybody because for them, liberal equates left, and that's bullshit. That's a lie. That only functions in the geographical sense of the United States, and even in the United States, that is completely devoid of any sense. Liberal does not equal left, because liberalism is a series of the spectrum. Leftism is a series of the spectrum, and the idea of conservatives as such, it's funny, but it's just like naming two parties, Democratic and Republican. That means absolutely nothing. Democratic and Republican is just a slogan that is way too broad to even denominate an ideology attached to a particular political party. Funny thing is that custom has also been in Latin America. We've had Republican parties, we had Democrat parties, but then eventually that got more refined in that sense. So, for example, they define themselves as the social Christian political party, or you had the different variations of left, going from the Workers' Party to the Frente Amplio or Ample Front, to give some examples. And let's just be honest, in the United States, leftism is a joke. Compared to what has happened in the last 80 years with leftism here in Latin America, leftism in the United States is pretty much non-existent as a concrete movement. As individuals who leftism inclined ideas, sure, you have a lot of them, but that does not mean that there's a left per se, as seen in the traditional sense of the last 80 years. Thinking of Fidel Castro, Daniel Ortega, the case of Venezuela, Maduro and Chavez, it's a different type of leftism that happened there, because that was a militarized leftism versus the conservative militarized movements that happened, in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s in Latin America. So you have that component that you add into, for example, the United States conservative is more akin to a militarized version of a conservative. They are violent in many ways. They are heavily militarized, and they tend to when in power, become tyrannical or authoritarian. But in the inverse sense of the militarized leftism, it happens very similar. They are rhetorically for the people, for the worker, etc. But when they become into power, they become authoritarian, tyrannical, and extremely repressive in that sense. So at the end, that meets up. So
Hey, so Vibe.
I made it sense.
So it does meet up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ryan.
Vibe. I think I assume this was to you. Trib earlier said he voted Kamala, right? So you voted for Kamala, right?
I voted Kamala. What do you guys think?
Oh, I know the
answer. How do you feel about your vote at this point in time? Still,
hey, no, I did not vote for Kamala. I don't mind. I mean, I don't have to share this, right? This is part of my rights. I did vote for Trump, and I'm not against voting for Trump. I definitely think it was the better decision of the two. I would never have a beer with the man. I'm disgusted by the man, just like I was disgusted by Clinton when he had that cigar issue, right? Like, I don't think presidents should ever behave in particular circumstances like that, especially when my children are freaking studying them, right? So I'm embarrassed by Clinton, and I like Clinton, and I am more embarrassed by Trump. But I actually agree with most of the politics he's actually doing, not with the media that he's doing. And I think he's an embarrassing man.
What politics or what policies? Like, what specifically are you happy that Trump is doing?
Yeah, so I mean, I had this idea way before Trump ever was even fruition of becoming president. I was so upset that the United States opened our tariffs and our borders to China. Way back in the 70s when we knew they were doing child labor. Now, what this did when we did this, though, is it boosted the U.S. economy so that middle-class people could live richer than they ever did and live richer than the rest of the world on the backs of children, right? The tariffs never should have been lifted in the first place to China. As a country that knew that they were doing this to their children, we should have raised their tariffs tenfold and actually taken that right from Americans to have a cheap TV on the back of children. Now that we're doing it, maybe it's too late. I don't know. But it also took away jobs from the United States. Like in the 50s, you could sell refrigerators and you could buy a car and a house and support your family, and your wife didn't need to work. Now that we opened up these tariffs and we opened up the world borders, now all of a sudden everybody has to work. Now, wives may say, hey, thank you for this opportunity to work. But I actually wanted to take care of my kids. I actually didn't want to rely on you. I wanted to be able to work if I had to work, if I wanted to work, not because I have to work. I wanted to be home with the kids. I think some of the things, maybe it's too late, but I think some of the things Trump's putting in place are things maybe should have never been taken away.
So attack.
I got a question. So you're saying
that you agree with... Go ahead.
And I have to jump off in like 2 minutes. So I really apologize for that long, because I think there was like 10 points I just threw out there that we could probably go 2 more hours on. And I'm willing to jump into the panel and go through them all.
Another day we can have that conversation, but I'm just going to quickly ask in that sense.
Ryan, you're muted.
Are you included, or are you in favor of a exclusive protectionist type of economy, or are you more inclined into a mixed sort of economy in that sense? And just to give an example, if the policies of tariffs were so successful, then why is it that soybeans in the United States lost in question of a year the whole market, just like what happened in the first administration of the United States? And then $500 million were given to Argentina, and Argentina is selling soybeans to China now. And those $12 billion, we got to thank Trump for that in Latin America. Thank you for giving us the $12 billion that your farmers used to make to us. We appreciate that.
Here's some of the problems with some of the debates we have, especially like on Sarah's channel. And I'm going to be on Sarah's channel in a couple of weeks doing debate. But we narrow in such a small topic when there are so many other topics that actually come into play that we don't even talk about in the bigger picture. Now, like I said, maybe it's too late. I mean, maybe we opened up the thing. One of the things that we're seeing with the tariffs right now is we gave the last 30 years of middle class America the ability, not necessarily the means, because they're all in debt, to live a richer life than their parents in middle America. And by raising the tariffs and bringing it back to where it was before, now we're actually our local costs of groceries, everything's going up. Now all of a sudden, middle America is not able to afford what they were able to afford when we lift the tariffs. Now, is that a bad thing? Well, it is to everybody that actually has to go through it. We have to pay more for groceries. We have to pay more for this. We have to pay more for things that we never deserved in the first place. In my opinion, the rest of the world is living way below what we're living on. And now we're complaining because we're raising tariffs and our prices are going up that we have to live a lower standard that's still higher than the rest of the world. Like, it just blows my mind that people are like, I hate this. I hate how all the costs are going up. I hate that I'm actually getting closer to the level of living of the rest of the world because I'm in the United States and I deserve this.
Vibes.
So
Two questions.
this is the funny part on this.
Wait. I have one question from the chat I want to ask from Z King, who graciously gave up his spot earlier. Z King says, ask Vibe if there's anything Trump can do that would have made you vote for Kamala instead.
That's a good question.
You know what? The real question would be, is
why don't you, before you answer the real question, whatever that is, why don't you answer the question that I asked?
because there is nothing. Kamala would have had to do something.
Thank you for that.
No. Oh, don't freaking.
Right.
Listen, if Kamala would have come up with something better, then I would have voted for her, but she didn't. So I guess the real question is, if Trump said he was going to militarize the military outside of the government authority and become a king, then I wouldn't have voted for him.
I have some really bad news for you about things he's been talking about, but I don't know if you've been following the news lately. But that's
I follow the news, and I know
literally what he's planning on doing. And what he has been doing is deploying them into U.S. cities illegally. But okay,
I will pay you. This is a bet I'm doing online. You can replay it. I'll pay you $2,000 if Trump runs for a third term.
I'm saving this clip.
Is
save it, right? Because I believe in our democracy.
It'll be $2,000 for me to fund the resistance. By the way, you can. I hope you'll be standing alongside me, fighting for our democracy against that a tyrant taking over our government. But
I will. And Ryan, I'll pay you the $2,000, and I'll stand beside you. And granted, by the way, this was not something that was made by our founding fathers. The 2-term limit was made in the 50s. It's
I'm aware.
One of the amendments, right? So I mean, in some ways,
will you pay me? Will you still pay me the $2,000 if he changes? If Congress perhaps passes a bill that makes it so it's not illegal for him to run for a third term, and he does it anyway, or he does it because of that?
Okay. So there's 3 ways that Trump can run for a third term.
Which of those ways do I get $2,000?
All the ways. If he successfully runs, right? So this is where you don't get your $2,000. If he tries to run for vice president and Congress shuts him down, you don't win. If Congress doesn't shut him down, you win. If he gets Congress to remove the 22nd Amendment, you win. If he tries to remove this 22nd Amendment and the courts shut him down, I didn't mean Congress, and the Supreme Justices shut him down, you don't win. If he gets to run for a third term, if he actually succeeds, like I'll grant you this, he might try to do all of these things, but I am only conceding if he succeeds. If he succeeds, I'm not saying he won't try, because we've already seen him try to push every law. And by the way, every law he's pushed, every president before him, Democratic and Republican, has actually pushed these laws. It starts all the way back to George Washington, our first president that actually nationalized troops for the government. He's not come up with these new ideas out of his head, but he's taken.
Yeah, he didn't invent the. Yeah, I agree. He didn't invent the Insurrection Act. He's just not invoking it when he's sending people. When he's not following the law when he's sending
every single. He's taken every single play out of the book that every president has used to push.
Not true. We haven't. I mean, we have like deploying the National Guard. Like this hasn't happened since I think George H.W. invoked the Insurrection Act in the 90s. Like, Did I freeze or did you
If
run?
you don't mind, I really wanted to
Oh,
go
vibes
back to the
freeze.
conversation of
Okay.
he froze. Yeah, I think the conversation about economy, you know, look, let's face it, the idiotic ideas of 100 years, 200 years ago of Trump in economic sense are making things worse for the United States. The conversation in regards of the middle class throughout, especially in the Western Hemisphere, yes, we've seen a reduction of the Western Hemisphere's middle class in the last 50, 60 years, 40 years more prevalent in the last 40 years. So at the end, the question is, how necessary are economies to implement either nationalizations or protectionism to the internal markets of each country? You know, hell, 4 years ago in the Biden administration, you had a superávit of exploitation of the United States.
So
That's
real
a matter of
quick,
fact.
I do want to say we did not meet the goal. So I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna let you all make a closing statement, and I'm probably gonna hop off for now, unless something comes in. I might yield a little bit more if somebody donates. But until then, I'm gonna start doing closing statements. So Ditso, if you want to begin, and then Calvin, and then Cam. I'm gonna go pee real quick, but yeah, if you guys can
Go for it. So thank you for having me. Appreciate that. You know, I think that the important thing is that y'all are having your discussions in regards of your own reality, but it would be wise to start looking not only internally but externally to the experiences of the good, the bad, and the ugly that has happened throughout in other places of the world that can, and especially in the Western Hemisphere where we're very similar in many ways. And let's just face it, Donald Trump is to the United States what Hugo Chavez or Daniel Ortega or Pinochet or Fidel Castro or today, well, Menem, now today Milei has been for Latin America in its respective countries, if not to mention another one, Fujimori. And what you guys are living is what Venezuela started living 25 years ago, particularly with the breakage between the Fourth and the Fifth Republic. So you ain't that different from us in the political way you do things. You just do it in your own unique way. Sure. But at the end, good luck. Thanks for all the fish. And if United States dies in the next 3 years, as the country that it has been for almost 250 years, well, as the saying says, shit is going to hit the fan and it's going to affect every one of us. So if there's going to be a little bit more anger towards the U.S. citizen and U.S. history, don't be strange about it. Because if you fall, it's going to hit us hard, all of us. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Where's
Well,
Ryan
Calvin,
Ryan, you don't.
yeah, go ahead. You donated $2, and yes,
You don't have to extend the show, but you can answer that. You don't have to extend the show if you have to go.
I don't.
But,
I don't mind. I don't have
that's
to
a
go.
question you can answer.
No, I don't have to go. I was just, I was asserting my boundaries. My boundaries that they got to give me money if they want to keep watching. So
Okay, well, the panel kind of walked out. But can
That's
you
okay.
do you know what I'm talking about in that question? Someone asked. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean loosely. I've seen like clips, but I haven't. I don't know. I feel like Marjorie Taylor Greene is one. I don't know exactly what all she said. I feel like she's always kind of said like she's. There's a lot of people on like the far right who will occasionally say things where it's like, wow, like the worst person you know just made a great point. Like there's a lot of like this stuff. So I don't know if that's like the kind of thing that's happening here, or if there's like a more radical switch up. So maybe you can tell me more about it.
Yeah, so the person who was asking in the audience, basically what's recently happened, Marjorie has called out her party in terms of the government, one of the things that she's done in terms of the government shutdown, she's blaming it on the Republicans. And she's saying that the Democrats are largely correct or accurate and standing up for the affordable for the medical insurance for that would go up under that would potentially go up if they pass the bill. So she's citing her party and she's calling names. Some what I heard, to your concern, is this real or is she just doing this for a specific reason? Is this motivated by by personal reasons? And some of the feedback is or causations is one that she's about to be up for re-election. So she's in Georgia and she's acquiescing to her voting bloc and speaking out. But in all reality, she is largely a Trump supporter, still is, but she is breaking here to in this regards to save her neck when election comes around.
Let me put it this way: even a broken clock can give a correct time twice a day. So let's just put it this way: Marjorie Taylor Greene is nothing more than a performative loudmouth who, at this occasion, just decided to go against the flow because that's what got her elected. She goes against the flow and then acts up, and here we go. On this circumstance, the shutdown of the government is completely and utterly responsibility of the Republican-controlled Congress. There's no doubt of that. And the reasons you close it is because it gives you gives the president and the legislative power the perfect excuse to reduce the federal employee base, fire everyone, and then maybe you start putting people in positions that are, shall we say, completely and utterly kiss-assery to the executive whims in that sense. Well, I don't know. That technique of nepotism and other fingering positioning of individuals like that, the loyalist Trump is breaking the book of how this type of individuals do governance. It's great. It has never happened again, not in the last 165 years, maybe. I'm just saying, he's breaking all the rules of how you transform governments, of shutting down a government, getting people fired, and then replacing those people with loyalists. It's never happened in history, has it?
Oh no, it hasn't. So I take it you are definitely anti-Trump and for your political stance.
Oh, I'm yeah. I mean, Trump is a pain in the ass. That doesn't mean I'm in favor of the Democrats. Hell, I don't vote in the United States, so I see the bipartisan model of the United States in a dying position whatsoever. To me, the Democrats are softy, semi-performative individuals. A lot of them, especially in the high positions. Yes, and the Republicans are just idiots. A lot of them are idiots who don't even know what the hell they're saying. And then you got the example of Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I could go ahead and make that criticism in every single freaking country, man. I mean, Venezuela died because of the Fourth Republic of Venezuela died because of a bipartisan model where you had the Democrats and the Republicans, respectively, in each of its party. Well, the Republicans in Venezuela were more social Christian Republicans, type of conservative. But anyhow, same difference. And I could go on for hours. I mean,
so as an outsider, of course, you're outside of the United States. So what is in your particular area? I don't know. Yeah, it was a general perception of Trump by the masses in your country, or what you say?
Trump is to United States what Hugo Chavez was to Venezuela, what Fidel Castro became to Cuba after the revolution, what Daniel Ortega has become to Nicaragua, what Bukele is to El Salvador, and so on. Milei to Argentina. What I'm saying is he's the populist demagogue who satisfies the prejudice and the ignorance of that base that has no understanding what are the core issues and how to examine those core issues, economic, social, political, etc., beyond an ideological criteria. So at the end, the problem here is that you have an immature political base that can't see beyond the bipartisan model, can't see beyond their noses in that sense, that it can't evolve politically, but that has happened, and the United States is not exclusive. The United States is just living what we lived in America for the past, I would say, almost 80 years. So at the end, y'all are just
Christine, I don't know what you're mad about.
in your due time.
You're saying this is how I lose subs. Was it because I was asking for money?
The election of Trump only represented to the rest of the
Maybe I
world.
misunderstood
and
you.
to many of us that we know the history, we know the context. Nothing nothing that made a surprise. It was logical that somebody like Trump would arrive to power, and it was logical that after he lost the re-election bid he had, and Biden came in, that he acted just like everybody else in our history has acted. Oh, this were stolen elections. Revolution, my people. March peacefully, but go with your torches, go with your axes, your big torches and your guns, but it's a peaceful march, and destroy the legislative power because they want to steal the presidency that I won. Gee, where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, my own country, 49, and that did go into civil war. A civil war. Yeah, it lasted 6 months because we came to an agreement and said, what the hell are we doing shooting each other? Okay, you stole the election. I'll kick your ass. So let's just sit down and really get into that. But in the circumstances of Trump used the system. How many court cases did he send? 60, 70? He lost every single last one of them because he couldn't prove that the election was stolen. And the funny thing is, how can he explain that he was president and he was executive power on that particular election that he lost, and he's saying that they cheated that election? That would mean he was a weak executive power that had no control over how to secure a democratic election. So that would mean that he was the idiot that allowed it to be to have it stolen. See, that's the point. And it can go on for hours, man.
Yeah.
Don't get me started on
I'm glad he is. Well, I'm happy to know that he's not well liked across, at least in your sector. Ryan, I'm hated that Vibes got booted because I wanted to follow out with him.
It wasn't God's will.
Why you say that? Well, I wanted to hear a follow up because his reasoning for choosing Kamala had to do with tariffs. So my question, or maybe you can even answer this, he cited that child labor laws in China was the reason. Is that still the case today? I mean, it's oh, did someone? Oh, that's not.
No, it's it's
I
don't know exactly what number it is, how much it is, but I am thankful for it nonetheless. As Varun, I do appreciate it.
What's
it's
not
not $100, but.
What state is that? I mean, what country is that? What
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's like like $2 or something, or $1 or something. One of those. Okay. But thank you anyway.
Once you answer the question, I do have a follow-up question. Well,
sorry. So is the question? Can you clarify?
Oh no, we were talking about no.
Okay,
Child labor laws in China.
Yeah.
Is that still the case? Because if that's not the case, then what is the justification is today for tariffs? Because he cited tariffs as the first issue of concern by Vibes.
Is the question you're asking? Is there still child labor in China? I mean,
yeah.
You
don't have to look it up. I was just curious. Maybe you knew that off the top of your head.
No, I don't know about China politics.
Okay. This is my follow-up question has to do with something that was mentioned earlier. Your presence on Raging Tomato and how you are perceived and how your interaction with that crew. I thought, Brian, I thought you were deliberately being antagonistic with a lot of the people on the panel. I thought it was some type of behind the scene thing that you were gonna make her money.
No. I fucking wish, dude. No, I mean, like sometimes I get aggressive, but like I'm genuinely pissed. Like, but no, like I'm on there. Like, I get like frustrated and I'll go off on them, but it's usually because I get to talk for only a few minutes at a time. Although I will say to Sarah's credit, especially like in the past week or so, she's updated the price to boot me to $20, and so like. Yeah, the women and me get it costs $20 to boot, which I frankly do appreciate it, and it has led to a decrease in people kicking me from the show, undeniably. But no, we don't have like a background deal where I'm getting like a cut or anything like that.
I don't think you get cut, but I know you understand it. That you recognize that your presence or acknowledge that you made her like early on you were getting like $100 to keep you up, $100. She like made $500 in one night because of you.
Yeah, that's happened like 3 times.
Yeah, I thought you were aware of what your how polarizing a figure you are over there.
Oh, I am. I'm aware of it. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
I would just say, Ryan, you do. I'm just giving you just my perception. Sometimes you come in because I guess you already know what the temperature is, and you have to be very abrasive. I think when you are offered those moments where you not immediately kick down, that if you can like be more like with exchanging with people, be more, what's the word, because you come in very rough, like argumentative, and I think it just changes the energy, and then it just goes left real quick. So I think if you were to pull back and try to give a different persona, that you're just here like Vibe was, just to chill and have conversation and not let anyone get you in a space where you're going angry. Don't go to 100 so quick. Just
I mean, I agree, and I would just say like it's I'm not always like going from 0 to 100. Like I think that like there are definitely times where I do. I don't think it's like every time I'm on there. I think a lot of times I come in like perfectly calm, like just engaging directly, like sitting there calmly answering whatever questions are asked of me, and then I will get frustrated if I'm getting booted a lot. But like when I'm like when I'm just like on for a while, like I feel like I'm actually generally pretty chill. What'll happen is like a bunch of people, this is like the most common thing for me where I get really flustered, is like a bunch of people will start asking me questions, and then as soon as I start answering one question, I'll start getting berated by other people like trying to hammer down on some other shit, and then I get really frustrated because I'm trying to engage with one thing, and now there's like other people hammering, like trying to pull me in a bunch of different directions, and then like shouting me down for not engaging with like every single point or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I get very frustrated about the dynamics, but I agree with what you're saying. Like obviously it is more productive when I can go back and forth, but I will also add that I think sometimes there is value to a little bit of like performative cruelty in a sense, and I think this is something that the right has become very, very adept at, and they engage in quite constantly, and being able to move between that and just like a more graceful approach, I think is really valuable, and I think I can do that when I am given like the space to do so.
And to your defense, some of the times when I do tune in, I don't see it's like 2 hours in, so I don't see the dialogue prior, so I don't know who's necessarily agitated you up until that point. But there have been times where I know they're just looking for a reason to boot you, right? And then you come.
They don't even need one. They'll boot me before I even say a fucking word.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They'll come in. You come in, and you say like, "Shut up, you." I'm trying to talk or whatever. You like talking over people. I'm like, Ryan, don't do that, because you know what they're gonna try to do. So,
I especially to be when I am saying like, "Shut up, I want to talk." That's usually because I've already seen the dono come in. Like when I like that's almost always when I see the dono and I'm like, give me a second. Like I just got here. I'm already about to go down. Like let me fucking talk for once. That's usually what happens. And that's yeah. And then more donos come in. So it might sometimes look like I just
Okay, I got you.
but yeah,
Yeah,
it's, it usually is incited by like a dono that's about to boot me, and I'm like, well, give me 5 seconds to like say something before I'm getting kicked, and like someone else will be like, no, I'm gonna talk. I didn't see. Wait, that says Melanie Furby. Is this actually Mel? I don't know if it's actually Mel. Don't ignore me. I don't believe this is Mel.
You know, I've participated a few times in
Put on your Furby thing.
I know.
Why are you Melanie Furby
But-
Fox and not Mel? Sorry, real quick. Like somebody, you're not at home. Okay.
Like Jesus Christ, Ryan.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you until just now. I just saw. I just saw you come up, and I wasn't 100% sure. And I don't know. I like some people will do crazy shit. Okay, forgive me. All right, go ahead.
What I was.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Please go ahead, Mel. You just came in.
Yeah, so welcome, folks, to episode 108 of Ryan being tone policed.
That's real.
being tone police.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Okay. Well, to be honest, I think.
Hi, Melanie.
You know, in my experience with this tomato and some other things, look, I know it's difficult for U.S. citizens to talk with Americans outside of the United States. First. Second, on a prior panel, we discussed about, you know, the bubbles created, and I made the argument in regards how paying to put somebody off a channel helps to create those bubbles in many ways. When that kicking off is unjustified or just because they didn't like some of that was said. But Calvin, going back to the point of conversation of child labor, I just wanted to mention something interesting between, but for example, in the United States, and this is from the Labor Department of Labor, just last year, in the fiscal year of last year, 24, we concluded 736 investigations that found child labor violations. Sure, a 23% decrease from the previous years. We found 4,030 children employed in violation of the law, a 31% increase since 19, and asserted more than 15.1 million in penalties, an 89% increase from the previous year, and this is in the United States. So, the focusing and saying, okay, China has a problem of exploitation still, and particularly because you have a socialist program with a capitalist economy and a mixed market economy into that socialist sense, but also authoritarian. But you know what's interesting on this? My criticism towards China is that they cut corners in their production and in their capabilities of industrial capabilities. The tofu, I don't know if you've heard of the tofu dreg term.
Can I ask? I'm pretty familiar with like manufacturing and like the ins and outs of making a product. Actually, what way do they cut corners? Because like most of their machinery is actually fine. They want it to work, right? So they can't cut corners in that. And I think it depends on like what marketplace in China you buy from. Americans tend to buy from the cheapest marketplaces in China because they have to get it shipped there. But I actually I bought from AliExpress a new flashlight, and it's branded weird. I'll give it that. It seems to be ripping off the Philips brand. But other than that, it's a very high quality flashlight. I've had it on my key ring, and it's doing fine. And it's very bright too. Like everything seems to be what you'd want from a keychain flashlight and more. So I think it depends on like what marketplace you're sourcing these things from. Here in Canada, if I buy from like the dollar store, gets stuff made in China, it's going to be crap. But if I get the same thing from AliExpress for like even a fraction of that, it can be really good if you know what to look for.
So,
or, you know.
Okay, and it's actually an interesting conversation in that sense. One of the major aspects where we see and coming out directly from China, what we're able to get from the Chinese people, is the infamous Tuffle drag constructions, where for example, concrete is lowered to the maximum degree, or even exchanged to something that is not concrete, that looks like concrete, but at the end it falls apart, where you have these mega projects that they seem to construct right away, but then when you look with a fine-tooth comb, you see that it has major problems of the water dispense, of the water treatments that building may have.
Wait, that's different than concrete, though. Like
No,
if the
yeah, but I'm
concrete's
giving you-
structural.
I'm giving you so many examples in that sense. We see it from
Well, you seem to be
concrete.
jumping all over the place with the concrete thing. Like, if that were true, I would expect to see, first of all, an outrage about Chinese concrete doing that in the media somewhere, but more, especially from anti-Chinese countries, right? Places that have an incentive to speak shit about China, but more so, like, why wouldn't there be like a bunch of Chinese buildings collapsing that we could like reference to, and you could provide as a source?
Okay, so give me a quick second. I'm going to give you, and this is coming from China Insider David Swan. Give me a moment here, just to pull it up. Okay, so we must agree that, for example, here we go. I just put a one source in the back chat right now. It's a YouTube video.
I'm sorry to stumble in like this, but I do have a question. Since you call yourself a geopolitical analyst, would you say we live in a unipolar or a multipolar world right now? That is just a series of numbers. I can't use that to find a source.
Sorry. I'm copying it again. Yeah, I realized that the copy went bad. There we go. Here we go. That's one example of the Tuffle drag. It's all over the board. It's not just the question of concrete, but the materials utilized pretty much on the board, and how they cut corners in that sense. But okay.
Well, I don't. Are they cutting corners, or are they trying to find alternatives, and maybe those alternatives aren't doing well? Like, I would agree. Like, if so, I haven't watched this yet. Are they using this in production, or is it just like are they still testing it and just showing that it's not working well? Because and if they're cutting corners and going from like, okay, we made new material, but we're not going to test its compressibility, its shear strength, any of those things that you want to know about a material when you actually build with it, then I agree that that's a serious way to cut corners. But they're also doing that within their own country. So why do we have to worry about that? Sounds like.
Okay. So to answer your first initial question, do we live in the monopolar,
uni or multipolar?
Unipolar, or, well, if even the word unipolar kind of is an oxymoron, because if you're talking about polars, you're talking about at least two sides. But
like some might say, like America is a unipolar power right now, right?
Yeah, but it's still in that sense. The world is a multipolar sense that has, in the last 250 years, especially Western Hemisphere, and then somewhat relatively in the Western European nations, have become somewhat unipolar in their implementation of constitutional republics, particularly on the models, on the standardization of the constitutional republics as such. So you see a multipolar cultural, social, ideological world, but in praxis, you do see grades of unipolarity.
It's almost like when we talk more about. It's almost like when we talk more about geopolitics, specifically who's in power, who has power, national trade, and stuff like that, then it does get more confined to a unipolar definition. And I tend to agree. I can't say this Chinese professor's name, but he says it's unipolar along the lines of the U.S. having way more dominance in the global sphere than any other country would have. So,
in the last 80 years, yes. In the last 250 years, no.
No, this is like since like the Bush era and shock and awe started.
Sure. No, I would even argue that.
Real quick,
the
guys.
heavenly
Thank you,
United-
Michelle. Thank you, Michelle, for saving the stream. I'll do another 15 minutes for the 2 Canadian duelarinos. Thank you so much, Michelle. You guys are making my mods fund the show. They are already doing labor. They are already laboring, and now they're assisting with their funds as well. But thank you so much, Michelle. We will continue for a little bit longer. Carry on, panel. And after you guys finish, I want to let Asvarun in a little bit as well.
Okay, great. Yeah. Make it quick so as Varun can participate also. So Michelle, in that sense, if we look at the way United States hegemony has behaved, we can agree that the historical point where that hegemony started was at the end of the Second World War. So approximately almost 80 years. 76, 77 since the end of the war. If we take 46 as the dropping of Hiroshima as the end of that war, 45 if we just take 79 years, almost 80 years. So we can say, okay, the hegemony of the United States in the last time was because of the end of the war and how the world readjusted towards that. Prior to that, I would disagree that there wasn't a hegemony of anybody in the world. The European nations were facing tremendous social and political and economic crisis, particularly coming from the era of independence in the Western Hemisphere, that then eventually grew stronger and stronger and stronger. So this shift.
Yeah. By the way, I think that same professor, at least the picture he painted in my mind, was that the multipolarity started to fade away with like things like the loss of the Ottoman Empire and the U.S. kind of finding new ways to co-opt things like the Arab Spring in the Middle East. That way, U.S. hegemony really took control in those sort of places. There's very few places, he argues, left in the world without U.S. hegemony kind of dictating its next moves. Russia and China might be exceptions, but they're not powerful like the U.S. is.
What is interesting in that sense, I think that, to put it bluntly and simple, and with this I conclude so somebody else can participate, and I'll keep there. I'm going to say very simple. The world has always had rates of unipolarity in the way we restructure and we do things, and always has been multicultural in the practice of how we implement those things. So I think that limiting the conversation to terminology that at the end becomes either abstract or deterministic fails to then recognize the elements of history that are extremely relevant to then come to that conclusion of the world isn't either unipolar or multipolar. It functions in that spectrum between one thing and the other.
Sure, but like, I think saying that we can't define one extreme or the other and say that there are certain points where we're closer to one extreme or the other, extreme multipolarity, for example, or extreme unipolarity, can be a bit ignorant. And if all I'm saying is that, notice I put a window of time there between the world being more multipolar versus it now being more unipolar. The reason being that I think power is something that we need to discuss when we talk about geopolitics. It's almost unavoidable. And when that power does concentrate, it's inevitable that we wind up with unipolarity. So it is something that's very useful to be able to point to and talk about that either happening in one direction or the next over history.
I wanted to address something real quickly, as well as what you just said. Somebody in the chat said, yep, este hermano habla mucho, pero dice poco. Papi, presta atención porque estoy diciendo lo suficiente para que se me entienda. Entonces no me venga con esa paja de que estoy hablando poco. No me joda.
So true.
Translation to that is, brother or kiddo, I'm saying what it needs to be said and I'm being understood. Don't tell me that I'm saying too much without saying anything, because don't fuck me around. That's how I use the no joda. And just to conclude on that point, papi, si quiere vaya a Tres Patines o a Cantinflas, ahí sí va a haber alguien que dice mucho sin decir nada. Esos sí son divertidos. Anyhow.
Okay.
So I want I
wait,
was able to watch.
Can I let Varun in?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we
Hello,
did-
hello,
there was
Ryan.
just
Thank
one
you for
small
having
thing
me
we
on
didn't
it.
get to address, but it's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys, I let you guys go for like quite a while, right?
We let the
Yeah,
concrete
go
thing
for it.
hang in the air, which is an ironic statement, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think we'll manage. But Varun, go ahead.
Yeah. What do you want me to talk about? Do you want me to talk about the multipolar and unipolar thing, or like?
I don't give a shit. What do you want to talk about?
No, I just felt that many times you've been booted, right? I just feel that's unfair. Every time you try to make a point, they simply like kick you out. Actually, like I don't like that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think I'm totally cool if you want to talk about how unjust I'm treated so consistently. What a victim I am in the Raging Tomato. I agree. I think it's something that we should draw more attention to.
Are you her victim?
Yes.
Ryan, go. I don't want to change. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Calvin.
I don't. I was going to change this topic a little bit.
By the way, I was never Sarah's victim. Sarah was my victim. That's why she had to ban me from the channel.
Maybe so.
You got
Go ahead.
banned?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Oh yeah, lifetime.
Melanie, what did you? Okay,
I interrupted her while Rob Nor was there, and she felt very embarrassed by that.
Oh, okay.
Among other things.
Speaking of Rob Nor, you just tied into the question where I had to ask him, Ryan, how's your debate prep going for that debate that's coming up? And which channel again is that going to be on?
I actually don't know. Some guy named Toasted. I don't know. I don't know his channel or anything. He's been messaging me on Discord, but it's me and Flow State against Rob, Blobnor, and TrippyCast of all people. So a little bit of chaos on each side. But I don't know the exact channel. But we're debating whether or not Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act, which I think is frankly a indefensible point. But I'm sure Rob's going to try.
Okay. Oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. I was going to ask him. Someone go ahead. It'll come back to me.
Fair enough.
Okay, I want to respond. Someone says they think I get banned a lot from panels. Well, typically I get banned from panels from right-leaning hosts for a very, very interesting reason, and that's because I'm a far leftist, in my opinion. And it's very hard for these people not to get embarrassed by me because I'm also usually more intelligent than them. You see, I have always believed that if you're a panel host, you got to be held to a certain standard, because hosting a panel means you have to be a person with standards. You have to be fair to the people on your panel. You have to be fair to your audience. And most importantly, if you actually understand bias and being and fact checking and the loudness of voices of people who are otherwise silenced, all this stuff, then you might have to do certain things in certain ways to actually balance this whole landscape out. I actually, by the way, don't ask a lot from panel hosts. I stand up for myself, and maybe I do it too much, but that's, I think, part of, they want me to be a heel, so I am the heel. That's what gets the audience going. And then I think at some point they forget about the kayfabe. They forget that that's what they want from me. And it's up to them to figure out a way to make that entertaining. Instead of just being like, oh no, Melanie, you interrupted me. I have to get rid of you now because I'm so bothered by you. Which I'm sorry, Sarah, but like that is what she amount to did. Unless you want to include the stream where we talked about you being a cisgender woman and how that's a perfectly fine thing to say, and you getting offended by that is something only a right-wing snowflake could ever conceive of.
I agree with you there. I think that was I think that's like an indefensible position she has in terms of cisgender. I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
But to be fair, I'd have to get rid of somebody who clowned on me that hard too for optics.
I
Maybe
think I
that's it.
remember. I remember you where I seen you at. You hang out on the Unreasonable Man debate show.
Oh, not anymore. No, he banned me as well.
What? No.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
well he
he did a
banned. To be fair,
solidarity.
hang on. Grid also banned me. Although I think I might be welcome back now. I've seen him kind of
What is this?
waffle
Is this
on
panel all about you or something, Ryan? Jesus.
You're goddamn right it
No,
is. Yeah, it always will
even
be. Don't ever
funnily
fucking
enough,
forget it. All right.
like Grid did that out of like because he's a pure sycophant for Sarah. He literally just did that because Sarah did it.
Oh,
So
really?
it's even like less justified on his end, which I find
Rob Noah
hilarious.
even did a video about me when he brought up the Salvadorian. I got him. I got him bad because I asked him. You know, we were talking about my political positions, and then when I criticized Bukele, he jumped on that. Part of me was saying, you don't even know how many people live in El Salvador. You don't know where geographically Salvador is there. And I addressed that point towards him. And then he did a video saying, oh, I support the criminals. I'm like, dude, come on.
Ryan, is Rob aware that you debating him?
I
He's
sure
aware.
fucking hope so. I mean, I would
Okay.
be surprised if he doesn't know. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
pretty confident he knows. Yeah.
I stopped watch. I used to watch him because I like vibes. I like to interact with the opposing party just to hear what their talking points and what they're thinking about. And Rob, I must give him to that. He is his talking points where he has some of the best defense for what goes on the right. He's very researched in that regards. But I stopped watching him recently. But when Charlie Kirk got assassinated that day after whatever, I can't remember the gentleman or whatever, but he said he was in your bushes and he was listening to you, and he said you made some random comments about Charlie Kirk or whatever, something like that. And Rob said he would never, if that's the case, he would never be on the panel with you again. And if he's on the Sarah channel, like if you came up, either you got to leave or he's gonna leave, because he was putting everyone on a block list, Destiny or whatever, because they were saying things about Charlie Kirk. So maybe he's changed, or maybe
I think he's come around on that. But I think just to clarify what happened there, like it was so the day after. I didn't stream the day of. First of all, thank you so much, Animated Effigy, for the $2 for the weenie. Absolute king. So we can keep going for another.
And I would like to thank Chucky Kirk's Gun Enthusiast Center for sponsoring this bit. Hey, folks, if you like gun defense and you're also really grieving about Charlie Kirk's gun loss, we know how you feel, and we want to give you a great time. So come down to Chucky Kirk's Gun Defense and Amusement Center to have some fun with our gun-themed games today, and you can shoot the shooter who shot Charlie Kirk to help yourself feel better. Okay, we're gonna monetize his death. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, thank you for that. To respond. So what happened the day after the shooting? I came on stream that next morning, and I was just kind of processing everything. I'm something of an emotional boy myself. And so it did kind of affect me, and I was processing it all. And one of the things I said was I actually spoke quite highly of Rob on that stream, saying my exact words were, I think he has a good heart. I kind of have waffled on that now. I don't feel quite as confident about that at this point in time. But I said on that stream that I would be devastated if something like that happened to Andrew Wilson or happened to Rob or any of these growing creators who I've had a lot of conversations with, and how scary a thought that was. And I pointed out that despite that, that I feel that way. Literally a week before this assassination happened, I was on a panel with Rob where he was screaming at me, saying that I was a baby murdering monster. And the question I thought would be interesting to discuss with him, and maybe we'll end up having this conversation anyway, is if he believes that calling someone a fascist is calling for violence against them, which, by the way, I don't agree with that. I don't think that the solution if someone's a fascist, I don't think that means that it justifies violence against them. But
if it were back in '49, yes. Back in the 30s and 40s.
Sorry, let me finish. I suspect that Rob does think that if I call someone a fascist, that I am calling for violence against them. And so I was wondering if he believes that, then would he also agree that calling me a baby murdering monster is not necessarily calling for violence against me, but is certainly putting me in a precarious situation. That was what I said. Like, that's the entirety. You know, I that all started with like me saying how devastated I would be to imagine like hearing something about that happening to Andrew or Rob or someone close to me in these spaces. I say close to me in a very
it's always one-sided from them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so somebody reported back to Rob the day after that happened. I think the day after I said all that, saying, "Hey, Rob, Ryan Radical Coder is saying that you're putting a target on his back with the way you talked about him in the abortion debate or something." And then he said what he said about blacklisting me. So that's the full story. I don't think Rob is aware of the full context of that, but I'm happy to clarify if he ever bothers to ask.
Yeah, I got blacklisted on Rob's show for 2 comments in his chat the day after Charlie was shot.
Oh, so you're both banned from a show, I guess, that I'm not.
Well, Rob.
Funny how that works. Although I could be, for all I know, just haven't found out. But because I've been making comments. But actually, like, speaking of that, I think it's ridiculous to be like, oh, if you call someone a fascist, they're calling for violence. Okay, like, either you're overusing that word and thus it becomes ineffective as a call to action, or you're using it accurately, which is of course what actually worries them. And if so, like, are we really surprised that anyone wants to do violence against people who want to take away our freedoms, overturn democracy, who hate everything that the country of America and Canada even was founded on?
And let's put it simple.
I've been very clear on that side. It's not a call to violence until the second you actually break the country and break democracy, and then it is. So they want to fuck around and find out. They can fuck around and find out. It's not a call to violence now, but the second you actually upturn democracy in America, then it is.
I agree.
Back almost 90 years ago, on the Second World War, hell, your grandparents went to war. Your great-grandparents went to war because of the fascists. And at first, sure, your country didn't want to go into war, but Japanese did what they did, and you had that Atlantic type of thing going on, silent war in the Atlantic. But anyhow, look, let's be real. A good fascist, as they used to say back in the day, a good fascist is a dead fascist.
All right.
I'm quoting history.
I understand, but like, calm down. Like, literally, like, I mean all the, just to be clear.
That's tiptoeing up to the line.
Seriously.
I want to clear.
Well, you be clear. You be clear in a second. Let me be clear. Let me be fucking clear. Okay, I don't feel that way right now. I don't think that that's the solution to engaging with fascists at this moment in time. Again, like Effigy said, there is a point that could come in the future where they actually like break the country in a very dangerous, tyrannical way, where I might say that's more justified. But I don't feel that way now. And also the other thing I'm pushing back against you saying that is that like that even that phrasing could get my channel in a lot of trouble. So like, please, even if I understand you're just quoting something from history, and
but I'm gonna say it this way. In my case, I would say this. I would adjust that to our reality. A good oppressor is unalived.
Doesn't make it any better. You're saying the same.
You're not helping. You're not helping your case.
Anyhow,
I understand what you're saying.
So how can we say it better and be understood in YouTube?
We understand.
Here, I have a better thing to say. How about this? Hey, a good oppressor, a good fascist is someone who's not in power in my country. Someone who is not voted into power through our democratic norms. Someone who's not put in a position to make decisions about people's lives. That's a good one. One who's not in power. Like,
or even here's this for a strategy, right? Instead of placating them, worrying about what they care about and stuff like that, we meet them at their level, because honestly they just waste our time by getting us to explain stuff to them. They never actually change their minds on anything. Every time that we try to meet them at their level while pretending like we're better, like as if that matters to them, they use it against us. So all I'm going to say is, until they show us that they care about our lives, until they actually care about implicit threats, implicit violence, and stuff like that, then we'll care. Because we've been calling them out for this for a long time now, and they only say it as a way of being like, "Oh, well, you do it too." But the reality of it is we couldn't do it nearly as badly as they're doing it. We don't have the president calling out fascist as an entire terrorist organization, but we do have a president calling out Antifa.
That's so funny. There's no.
Yeah,
such
I was in
thing
a
as
2-hour
Antifa.
debate a few days ago about how over whether fascism is right wing. Like they can't even admit to things, and the double speak on that side has just reached like insane proportions. I'll point out a comment right now in the chat where Mr. Bill is saying, "You don't even know we live in a constitutional republic and not a democracy." Like these people on the right are so brainwashed as to the basic reality and the basic meanings of words that they have allowed themselves to be just herded like cattle, whichever direction their leaders tell them. Like they have no critical thinking, they have no base of knowledge for anything.
I love it when they come out with that. Oh, we don't live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. And then when you pressure them and tell them, okay, what is etymologically the meaning of republic?
Yeah, or more importantly, like how like the symbol is like, hey, how are the representatives selected in that republic?
And then they.
I think it's all moot, right? Because
I hope
like,
this gets clipped in every sense, but let me be very clear. A constitutional democracy, especially and particularly in the last 250 years, is a system that tells you we are dividing the state in three powers: executive, legislative, and judicial, each of them separate from each other. That we are separating
I have to go.
church.
Oh, sorry, I thought you're done. But I have to go. So when I get a moment, guys, so I'm just going to say my prayer and leave.
Go ahead, Melanie. Yeah, because I was going to go on a rant, but okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the Effigy and I and Ryan and I kind of had a heated thing before, but I think the better way of saying what I'm trying to say is they're not going to play by the rules. They're not playing the same game as us. So we need to stop trying to get them to play that game, because that's how we wind up losing. They're subverting the game, and we're being like, I wonder why we can't win with them. It's not all of these things. They're not victims. It's because they don't give a shit about what we actually have to say. They don't care about the victims they create. They just want to be the bigger victims because that gives them what they perceive as being more attention and the ability to control the narrative. So I argue from the beginning of when we started talking to them, like, for example, the time to tell them nicely about all this stuff was when they had a chance to listen about how they had white privilege and male privilege and all this stuff. We didn't fail. They just refused to admit that because they wanted to exploit it all along. There's a lot of times that have passed for us to be nice to them. It's time to be firm. It's time to tell them we don't want you here, and it's time to make them feel unwelcome. And if it takes us borderline threatening them, then, or abstractly, so that way there's not a direct threat on anybody, then I think that, that's anti-fascism for you right there. They're setting the line of what it takes to actually get rid of them based on giving us more and more we have to do. Anyways, thanks, Ryan, for having me. I really wish I could say more. In fact, I'm trying to think of more to say so that we can stay longer. But thank you for having me. I do have to go. So have a great evening, guys.
Yeah,
I wanted to add into what Melanie was saying.
Well, before you add in, I want to point out that the show does end in 4 minutes unless we get another dono. So carry on.
Okay. So I wanted to add into Melanie and just say this: the problem with people who have the microphone and who are not academically bound, or at least academically interested in learning the basis of the theory of the state, or how things work, or what is the difference between a common law system and a EOS positive system in law, etc. All those things. How do tariffs work? Because at the end, let's be honest, the MAGA Republican movement of today in the political field are like the flat earthers or like the anti-vaxxers. They are people who don't want to understand, who refuse to learn, and impose their beliefs on everybody else. And then when they get ridiculized or they get laughed at, they get mad and they start saying, "Oh, look how I'm being discriminated against." They play the victim card. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, hang on. I want to let Varen go. Like we literally only got a couple minutes left, and with peace and love, Ditso, you've said a lot.
I wanted to add one thing. Even I'll be going, Ryan, so I'll just say with a few words. It's difficult to predict how things will go. It's like the known unknown. There are certain things that can happen with regards to this, but since history keeps repeating itself, I feel that democracies all over the world right now are under threat. It's not. It's like the system has become weak from within itself, and people are losing faith in democracy. So we might get something like a monarchy or something like that. That's the scary part. It's not working out like the way people have envisioned it to be, and especially if you look at even Europe, also even in Britain or in Italy, the governments have been changed many times. So the problem is that when the party comes to power, whatever promises they've made, they're not able to implement it within the period of time that they said that they would implement. And even the people also are fickle minded, right? So they'll expect a lot of results and nothing will happen, and then the opposition will come and attack them for everything that they do. That's the dangerous part over here, actually. So the way we're going at, we're heading towards a sort of place whereby they might elect populist leaders who'll stay in power for a very long time and will crush all opposition and will crush free speech as well. It looks like that, actually. So that I said my piece. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah, of course, Varen. I agree with a lot of what you're saying there. I appreciate it. And thank you, Animated Effigy, for the $2 pissing off Mr. Bill. Take that, Mr. Bill, you old fart.
Look, the whole reason they push this constitutional republic thing is because it says nothing. Saying something is constitutional is just saying what kind of document you use to found things. All a republic says is that the matters of the state are the matters of the people. It's telling you nothing. It's just an overarching system thing. That's why we describe ourselves as a liberal democracy, because it's the type of constitution and the type of republic that we are. And the fact that these assholes keep pushing this thing, the very reason they are doing it is because they want to undo the liberal democracy part of our country. And they can't even fucking understand it. They sit there and say it like they're mutually exclusive things. They are not. All of those things are correct. We are a constitutional republic. We're a liberal democracy. We're a constitutional democracy. We're a liberal republic. You can mix and match those words any kind of way, and they will all be correct.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. And I want to speak a little bit to, because a lot of stuff just happened over the last like 15 to 20 minutes. A lot of stuff talking about like some and listen, I'm a radical coder, right? But we are touching on the edges of some of these things. And I want to be clear about this. Like, I think that people need to really understand that like politics is not a game. It's not a joke. There are lives at stake. People are going to die because of policies that are enacted, and people are going to live because of policies that are enacted. And I think that the right now, this is to speaking to the whole thing about like Destiny's meme, which I disavow Destiny for a wide variety of reasons. But with what he's saying about right wingers needing to be scared, I don't think just I think people should be scared right now because it is a scary moment that we live in, and I think that right wingers, by and large, are not recognizing what a scary moment we are in. And I'm not advocating for anything with regards to but I'm begging them is what I'm doing, right? Which maybe that's a flaw in me. Like Mel would probably say I'm groveling to people who would put a bullet in the back of my head, frankly. But that might be the case. But I'm begging people to understand that like we are in a terrifying moment right now, and I'm not screaming the sky's falling because I'm fucking Chicken Little. It's because I'm paying attention and I'm seeing what's happening, and it's not because MSNBC is telling me, because Rachel Maddow is telling me. It's because I'm following what's happening, and I'm genuinely scared for what I think are defensible reasons. But yeah,
shout out to Rachel Maddow.
His comment just gave away the fucking game. This comment that he said where Where is it? You say that because you want it to sound like it's similar to Democrats. That's the level of intelligence we're fucking dealing with. A bunch of right-wingers who don't like the fact that we call ourselves a liberal democracy just because it sounds like Democrats. They need to use constitutional republic because they think republic means Republicans and democracy equals Democrats. That is so mush brain fucking dumb. Like, if oh my God, if we had a civics test for citizenship, you would fucking fail. All you fucking moronic right-wingers would fail. It infuriates me to no end the level of stupidity that is driving our country into a fucking toilet bowl.
Yeah.
Don't.
And there are like
democracy
the first
is a category. It's not direct democracy. Direct democracy is where everything is a referendum. Democracy as a category is the overarching category of all kinds of democracies. We are a representative democracy. It's built into the Constitution. The Constitution dictates that we are a liberal democracy. I really, really, really don't get why this is so hard to understand.
Well, to that point, to the how hard it is to understand, you know, for someone like Mr. Bill, who I've pointed out before, I think there are a lot of people, you know, or what Mel was saying about how, like, you know, these people aren't victims or whatever. Like some of them honestly kind of are. Some of them are victims of certain like echo chambers and media ecosystems that have frankly melted their fucking brains. And like there is another section of these people, maybe it's, I don't know if it's 50-50 down the middle or what the breakdown of this is. There's a lot of people who are genuinely brain broken by this, and they're being fed a constant IV basically of misinformation and disinformation from the Trump regime and the Heritage Foundation and the Koch like all these different the pipelines that steer people down these paths. And then there's a lot of people who are in on the joke. There's a bunch of people who know, and they're playing the game as well, and they are cheering on Mr. Bill when he's retweeting and tagging me and stuff and sending me fucking Andy No tweets and thinks that this is that he's proving points instead of like propagating what's probably like Russian disinfo, frankly. But
did you see the Politico article about the young Republicans messages getting leaked?
I did, yeah. Yep. I sure did.
Yeah.
What was for those of us who did not see it? Can you enlighten us?
So something like 8,000 pages, something like 28,000 messages between young Republican groups in the Northeast. It was like 6 or 7 different states worth of young Republicans. Their messages all got leaked, and they are ridiculously bad. They are constant mentions of Yahtzees, of Schmittler, of gas chambers, of just hating immigrants, of just some of the worst right-wing trash that even if we said, they would say that we were making it up, and it just all got leaked. And so, like, this is your next generation. So whenever all of these right-wingers point to TikTok and say, look at all those 20-year-old left-wingers celebrating Charlie Kirk's death and stuff like that, point them to these messages and go, yeah, well, this is why I call you a fascist, because your next generation are obviously fascists.
FJ, I don't know if you saw the publication of the Pink House or the Casa Rosada, Milei in Argentina regarding 12th of October and what that created in Argentina.
What?
In the same line of conversation, but it just popped out in my head. 2 days ago, the Pink House, the presidential house, in their official channels of Argentina, published this video saying that, you know, Columbus arriving to America. Funny thing, Columbus never arrived to Argentina. Was a great success of humanity, blah, 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 blah. And the indigenous people of Argentina came out and said, go fuck yourself.
True. Based pog.
In that sense. But in that line, Effigy, you know, there's no surprise. I read what you mentioned in that article. There was no surprise there. That's exactly how idiotic the political expression has become. not only in the United States but throughout. I mean, it gets even more serious if you go to Latin America. I've been shot twice because of the things I speak and the political actions I take and the activism I do here in Latin America. So at the end, the unaliving of Charlie Kirk is no surprise. You know, funny thing is the guy was an undefined political individual. He wasn't left, he wasn't right. He was just a 22-year-old who said, you know, I'm gonna leave my name in the history books and take my shot, literally and metaphorically.
Oh, communism is not a form of democracy, Mr. Bill, you fucking idiot. Somebody needs to bring Mr. Bill back to the nursing home. He needs to bring him back to the nursing home. They need to lock the door this time so that he can't escape, so that he can't wander out. Keep him on his medication.
Calvin, my man. Calvin with the $5. Say, viewers want to know, will we ever see Ryan and Effigy team up for a debate against whomever on Sarah? You know, I was thinking about this, and if Flow State, so I tried to get Pisco for this debate I'm having with Rob Noor, because I thought Flow State wasn't going to make it. I was trying to get Pisco, but my backup was I was going to ask Effigy because I thought it would be kind of poetic to have me and Rob up against the clown Trippy cast and then animated Effigy as a counter.
That would actually be great.
Yeah, so maybe in the future we can do a 2v2 on Raging Tomato or something, or maybe even on another platform where it's you and me versus like I just think it'd be funny to have Trippy and someone against you specifically. But
Ryan,
yeah.
There was a joke going on for a while that me and Trippy were the same person.
That is hilarious.
I've been seeing the chat, and do you mind if I cook real quickly because people are talking shit, and I just really want to cook on this. People,
go ahead. Well, wait. Actually, Calvin, do you want to let him cook or do you want to talk?
He can go ahead and cook, and then I do have a follow up.
So,
okay,
hands up, no Google, nothing, everything from here. First, a constitutional republic. A republic. The etymological meaning of republic comes from Greek and Latin. Res is the suffix, which means the thing, la cosa. Publica means what goes in the public. So republic basically means what entails everything that we live as society. Same thing can be said about politics. Politica is also originated from the Greek and eventually Latin, which polis means city. Okay? So let's clear this up. For anybody who has not any form of education or is only repeating bullshit, a constitutional republic, especially the modern ones for the past 250 years, implemented the Greek and Roman ideas of that societal organization. Okay? So the implementation of a constitutional republic means simply that we're saying, this is the name of the country, these are the citizens of the country, these are the borders of the country, and this is how we organize the country. How do we organize the country? Okay, so we have three specific powers: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. Dude, I learned this in high school, for crying out loud. This was my civics class. I didn't even have to go to university. I'm talking to y'all in a high school level. So those principles then.
This is just the degradation of the language on the right. This is them slipping into 1984 doublespeak, political speak. It's all that shit. And I would say that this started probably in the Bush era when they decided, or the early Obama era when propagandists like Frank Luntz convinced them to stop calling anything that had to do with the Democrats Democratic and started calling them Democrat, like the Democrat Party, not the Democratic Party. Like that's when I kind of saw that the language thing had really kind of kicked into overdrive, and they just wanted to move everything into like the propagandistic terms so that they could demonize people even more. And now today it's become we're as soon as we got into 2016 and what's her name said the alternative facts thing, we had turned the corner. We are past where words have actual objective meanings now.
Effigy,
What's
I would
her name?
argue
Her
that
name.
that started on actually the Civil War, and it aggravated on the turn of century, and then it manifested as what it is today.
Well,
End of the
you
war.
can't really start it back then because we pulled the country out of fascism up to around the 1960s. We were pulling ourselves out of fascism from the Civil War all the way to the 1960s. The 1960s is the moment this country became a true liberal democracy, because you can't call us a democracy if we weren't allowing everyone to actually vote. So we became a true democracy in the 60s. And so from the 60s till recently, we've been a true liberal democracy, and now they are trying to roll that back. Now they're trying to reassert essentially this kind of Confederate thinking. And it's one of the reasons I always bring up the Confederacy, because there is no Christian nationalism in America that is not white nationalists.
You know, if I make a more broader analysis, including the history of Mexico, Central America, South America, and Caribbean, compared to United States and Canada, you know, first, let's be realistic. The establishment of the United States as a republic on the ratification of the Constitution in 1784 or 1784, U.S. Gregorian calendar, plus then the appearance of the constitutional republics throughout Mexico. I mean, Mexico and the United States share a lot of elements. Mexico is a federal constitutional republic. Argentina is a federal constitutional republic. Colombia is a federal constitutional republic. Canada is a constitutional monarchic republic.
If you go by what they say, North Korea is the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Oh no, but I'm not.
But it matters what the actual system is, right?
Exactly. So, of course, when I say this is how they function. For example, Mexico has 32 states internally. That's their political. That's how they describe their political division. They have 32 states. Argentina does not necessarily call them states; they call them provinces. But at the end, it's the same function as a federal state. You know, the political internal divisions. Each place have their own governor, they have their own mayors, etc. You know, just like in the United States. So I agree with you that the problem that we see right now is a question of a linguistic approach, particularly for those monolinguistic or monolingual individuals, just like in English. Fun fact, English has 60% of it contributed from Latin and Greek, while Spanish, French, and Portuguese, it's about 95% of it is originated from Latin and Greek. So in this sense, the problem with this point of argument, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, is an oxymoronic, senseless, empty comment, because constitutional republic and democracy, particularly in the last 200 to 250 years, are two standardized forms of function. When we talk about democracy, is how we elect. So we could say that the majority of constitutional republics are representative democracies. That in the case of the United States, the representative election of people is indirect only in the executive national level. But it's direct democracy when we look at the election of statewide and Congress, both state and federally or national. What does that mean? Direct means a one-to-one vote. It means you are voting for one person to represent you. It also means that you can, as we've seen on the states, you are deciding not only to vote for an individual, but you're also voting for policy. That's a referendum. You're voting 1-to-1 to say, I want cannabis legalized on my state. I want this on my state. I want that on my state. So it's like, dude, I'm here talking high school level. It's incredible.
It's basic civics, and the fact that even people who have been in this country as long as Mr. Bill has, the fact that they are at this point in their life being propagandized to the point where they're rejecting the basic tenets of our country should tell you exactly like what kind of like people these guys are. They are just straight followers. They get led by the nose. They hear someone they think is an authority say it, and they have no critical thinking. They just lap that shit up.
Calvin,
Okay, so,
welcome back. Welcome back, Calvin.
Can't tell you how many people I've heard say shit about Tylenol in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
it's become
true,
my
but-
metric for how
wait.
stupid you are.
I agree, but Calvin, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm sorry with that. My internet went out for like a minute. I don't like know what happened. But back to that question I had posed. One, Ryan. Rob has sworn off Pisco for certain. I don't think he's reneged on that promise that he would never debate with Pisco or share the stage. I think that's what he stated.
Really? That's
so,
surprising.
yeah,
Pisco's.
yeah.
I mean, he must be because he gets blown out every time.
I guess this was right at in his sensitive phase, right after Charlie Kirk's death or whatever. But he was like totally against the left. You know, they're the most vilified, they're most violent group out there, and he like they're not what's the word? They lack morals and things of that nature. So that's his position. That the left lacks integrity. The question I wanted to follow up with you: if you and Effigy were to team up on debate, what do you guys know what the subject matter would be? Would you like to talk about if you were to debate? I liked. Go ahead. No, go
We're
ahead.
usually on the same side on nearly every panel we're on, so just pick any liberal topic.
Yeah. Honestly, like I would say like one of the people I most closely like in these spaces, like I'm almost always nodding when Effigy's talking. Like I can't think of any specific like major things that I've heard him say that I have like where we diverge in any like strong way. Like frankly, like I feel like we're mostly on the same page, which is a good. I said this to him recently when we were talking. Like it's a good like sanity check for me. I feel like I'm. Like I feel because I feel like there's a lot of gaslighting in these spaces, and so like when somebody who like you know it's I guess it's possible that we have the exact same like media diet or something, like maybe there's something we're downstream of that there's something in the water as it were, but I don't know, I do feel I feel like I'd align fairly comfortably with Effigy on most topics. So I don't.
Also, I'm pretty sure I don't get invited as far as being on like the primary debater on some of these panel shows. Mostly, I don't get invited because I don't cam up. Like that's really what it comes down. And I don't hold a grudge to that. I don't cam up because in my job I'm beholden to a board of directors, and I can't just go saying shit willy nilly on the internet with my face on it. So.
I think Sarah's comfortable. I think does she let Avatars debate. I think I may have seen that before.
She might make an exception for me.
for you because
she definitely would.
With me.
Especially if it was like you and Trippy, like for example.
What's his name? Was it not? No, it's Reinhard. He did a subject. Rinyard. He did a topic that I don't think he went off successfully. I remember he got agitated and left, but his last debate on there, Donald Trump is an evil person or whatever the case may be. I don't think he kind of lit into them as much as or covered some of the areas that I thought he should have covered. But that's always something that you guys could explore if that were your interest. But
yeah, I did a throw on Thursday once where I did the Orange Man Bad. That was I'd be willing to debate more like you know Trump is bad for X, Y, and Z reasons yeah, I don't know, it's almost like everyone I guess everyone knows the points, but I mean it is worth like reiterating them, so like I'm
Well, like even with was so his attack point really largely had to do with the immigration, which was a hot topic at that point in time, which was valid. You know, there was a
Yeah.
lot of injustices being done there. But the way I see it,
Still are,
when I
but yeah.
yeah, when I even when Vibe was up here, his issue with Trump had to do with the tariffs in China. That was his talking, well, his big top issue. But I've always seen like January 6th and also Trump's response to the virus from 2020 as largely points of contacts where it displayed as evil when his nature of evil. Like he had an option, either the tank the economy by exposing people that this virus is coming, and he chose to let the virus come, not forewarn anyone, to save the
Downplay it.
economy and allow people to die. And he
Yeah.
didn't show up until bodies start washing up on shore. So I think that those are areas that really kind of display his level of depravity. So
And it's a shame we don't ever get to talk as much about how badly Trump fucked up the response to COVID, because he essentially did get
can you say that word? Not today.
schmovid, whatever we say.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're look. I don't believe that people are demonetized. I don't necessarily buy. I think a lot of there's this like truism in a lot of like
language thing
especially
is
right wing
mostly
media
TikTok.
spheres where like they think they
Okay.
pretend that you're. Yeah, there is also the TikTok thing, but I think a lot of right wingers like pretend that you're not allowed to say COVID. But I don't think that's true. I think that
Okay.
they were victimizing themselves because they were actively spreading a lot of specific misinformation that even YouTube was cracking down on. And if you even look at the memo that has come out, that people keep spinning it as in like, oh, this just proves the Biden administration was cracking down on like pressuring YouTube to ban people. But like even in that memo, it clarifies that YouTube did have specific rules regarding COVID misinformation that they were cracking down on. It wasn't they clarify some rules that they weren't cracking down on that the Biden administration was asking them to crack down on. But there were specific rules that they were enforcing. It wasn't just like mentioning COVID got you like shafted or whatever. Like, but anyway, yeah. Sorry.
I got a question for
Effigy
Ryan.
was, I think Effigy was finishing his thought before we interrupted him.
Yeah, basically, I would say one of the things the least things we ever talk about is how badly Trump bungled that year going into the elections. All kinds of things, from just acting too late. Like, people forget that the entire reason that the whole mask debacle thing happened is because they dithered on it so much. If we would have instituted like heavy mask shit and gotten N95s out to people quickly, we wouldn't have just skipped the mitigation phase and went right into lockdowns and stuff. We would have had a lot more. And the reason is because, like you said, they waited until it was actually like bad and closing shit down, and morgues were overfilling to the point that they had to pull up trucks to them before they even mentioned, hey, you should wear a mask. And by that point, there were not enough N95s to go around, so they had to basically just say, put a cloth over your face. And people still argued that it was a bad thing or that it did nothing, even though there was tons of evidence to the counter. So there were just so many things done in that year that just bungled shit left and right. And then Biden, like every Democrat for the past like 20 or 30 years, had to come in and clean up a mess that he did not cause.
Yeah. Also, real quick, I gotta point out that I didn't even notice, and you guys all tried to sneak it past me, and it worked because I wasn't paying attention. But the goal did end, so I guess I'm gonna start letting us go around. I guess it is possible that someone could donate and extend the show one more time. But for now, I'm gonna start going around. So it sounds like you have something to say. So this will be again potentially your closing statement. So.
Sure. Well, first, to Effigy and Ryan, I completely understand the frustration that talking to a lot of your countrymen and women, there's more depth in the Dead Sea than talking to them in many different subjects. In regards of the COVID, let's just face it, United States under Trump completely and utterly blunder that. Hell, even the School of Public Health, amongst many others, has told us that there was at least 100 different countries better than United States in responding to the COVID pandemic in that sense. And to finalize in that aspect, You know, something I found frustrating is that when, like in the case of the conversation of constitutional republics, when people don't know the basis, they talk shit. And that happens with flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, and many other loudmouths with microphones.
Yo, real quick,
out
not to cut you off, but Skelts coming in with 5 gifted memberships. What an absolute legend. I will extend for another 15 minutes at least for that. Thank you so much, Skelts. Josh got one. Josh. Not the evil. There's an evil Josh running around. So this is the good Josh. So we love Josh here. Also, A-Dub got one. EAE got one. And He-Man and the Powder Dusty.
The Powder Dusty's here.
The Powder. Well, he might not be here currently, but he was around at some point and got a gifted membership. Also, Kinetic Kel is here. Kinetic Kel. Good to see you. The link is pinned if you want to come on. But anyway, carry on, guys.
Yeah, and well, now that we explained it, I wanted to address something. When I was speaking about direct democracy, somebody said, "Oh, that's not direct democracy." And just to reiterate, I said direct democracy is the participation of people and how they elect either representatives or policies that will have immediate or effect into their reality. And just
I
for
gotta
the
disagree
fun
with
of
that.
it,
Sorry, really quick. I got to disagree with that. When we're talking about a system of direct democracy means everything is a referendum. Everything. It's something that does not exist. That's what they mean. That's what those people mean when they talk about, democracy is 51% rules everyone. They mean every single thing, including how laws are made, is a direct referendum. It's not a system that anyone has.
so
We
I'm
utilize direct democracy in our representative democracy. We utilize referendums, but we are nowhere near a system of direct democracy. Just wanted to cap.
Yeah, I get what you're saying in the distinction that the confusion, I consider that to be a somewhat superficial confusion. Sure, when we speak about the local or statewide or countrywide organization as to how people make those decisions, and giving the example of, for example, you have in a county, you have, what is it? Let's just say, for argument's sake, you have 300 people living in a small town, okay? So those 300 people sit down in the center of the town and discuss what's happened. And then they make the decisions. Well, we need to fix our the problems with the water. We have to fix the issues with how we are disposing of our, of our defecations and peeing and whatnot, so on and so on. We can understand that system as the function of one-to-one relation of direct democracy, where everybody in the town has a voice, has a decision, and they can be able to vote. But then we can argue that that as a proto democratic function or a tribal function, we saw that evolving in history to then saying, okay, now we are electing a group of people who are going to make those decisions for us. Then that we could argue that function still has the direct contact of, we are electing you to make those decisions for us, but we still are involved in those decisions. And I will quote in the modern series, for example, the Costa Rican Constitutional Republic, which in its Article 105 indicates that the election of congressmen is done in a representative way. But what we're doing, and how it is explained in my constitution, is what we're doing is we're depositing the responsibility. But the legislative sovereignty and the legislative freedom is always of the people, never of the elected individual. The elected individual must respond to the people's discourse and decisions and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in that sense, we see that function. So yeah, I get where you're coming from, but if we go deeper into the function, into that sense, modernly we can understand direct democracy as the decision making and the election or the suffragio. God, how do you say that in English? Suffragio. Suffrage.
I have no idea.
Okay. Sorry about that.
With peace and love, Ditso, you are so long-winded. I like what you have to say. I think it's interesting stuff. I try to follow most of it, but man.
And yeah, this is high school level thing.
I know. I agree. I agree.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Switch it up.
Please.
A little bit. I'm curious to what your thoughts are on the peace deal in the East, and do you think Trump is at least worthy of some praise for securing the deal, whatever deal he was made?
I think it is good that Trump, for all what I don't know the extent exactly of his involvement in getting the hostages. It seems like he was fairly involved in that, like getting the hostage deal. I think is a good thing. I'm glad that people from both sides were returned. I think that was a good thing that happened, and I will give Trump his flowers for that. What I don't, well, number one, the ceasefire seems to have already been broken. There were 6 people killed in the past 24 hours, 6 Palestinians who were killed in the past 24 hours.
Wasn't it assassinated by the Hamas? That's what I heard. Is that correct?
I read an article earlier that it was the IDF specifically shot them.
Okay, I think I was watching Abby Phillips, and I think that's where I heard that from. But go ahead, I interrupted you.
I don't know. I mean, I could be like maybe the information has changed, but the article I read earlier, which I don't remember exactly where I read it from, but it wasn't like it wasn't some random. It seemed like a fairly reputable article. So my understanding at the moment is that the IDF did kill them. I don't like it's someone in a Facebook group I was in told me that they crossed they were across some line or whatever that they weren't supposed to be across, and they were like laughing at me for saying that the IDF broke the ceasefire. But I think those people are just
radical.
I don't trust anything they say. But go ahead.
Ryan, sorry for me, the ignorant people.
No, please.
Clarify what does IDF stand for? What side?
Israeli Defense Force, right?
Okay, gotcha.
IDF. That's right.
Gotcha.
Just
Israeli
for the conversation that you brought up, Calvin, I put in the back chat the actual peace deal that was brokered in that sense. So I'm gonna say this way. No, Trump is owed no credit whatsoever, because this deal, we call it Abraham Accords version 2.0 in some senses. But the reason we reached a deal is because after 2 years, Israel realized we are effed up because we are losing the support of the global community. And even if we have the United States kind of to our side, we're starting to lose that. Even in the MAGA side, you start hearing on the MAGA side, why are we paying so much money to Israel? Type of thing. So, and Hamas, unfortunately, also realized that their initial intention of October 7, the strategic reasoning as to why October 7 happened, had become diluted in time. And it was highly costing their own people. So from that aspect,
Hamas doesn't give a shit about that, man.
I know.
If you go back into if there's a ceasefire and the first thing you do is turn around and start killing your own people to try and reinstitute order, like you don't give a shit about your people.
Sure, we can agree on the sense that I'm being a bit what's the word, gracious to Hamas.
A little too generous, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit too generous, but to understand that concept, also that context and the phases that we're talking about, well, ironically enough, the disarmament of Hamas, for a president who stands on the right of owning guns, forcing a disarmament of a foreign group, well,
real quick, sorry, I apologize for cutting you off, but Nuxis with the 99 cents Australian Thank you for those kangaroo dollars. I appreciate you. We will go.
What is that, like a quarter in real money?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. But we will
giving us your Monopoly money.
We will at least restart the 15 minutes. So,
no, hang on. Let me go.
Go ahead.
Any ceasefire is good, right? So
Yes.
I'll praise Trump for that. I'll praise the pressure they put on Israel for sure. I'll even praise the pressure they put on Qatar. What I don't like is the other aspects of how this happened. I do not like the deal that we signed with Qatar. I do not like any Qatari military on our military bases. I don't like that shit. Even the right wingers don't like that shit. And Pete Hegseth has had to fucking backtrack like hell and basically lie about what he was doing, about giving them a portion of or allowing an air base in Idaho, which people in Idaho or is it Utah? One of those, but those people are not going to love that those people are there either. You have to be skeptical at this point. Like anyone who saw this happen and was like, "Oh my God, there's peace in the Middle East," that's naive as fuck, man.
And
like, how many ceasefires have there been in the last 20 years? It's just not going to happen until Hamas is gone, right? And that's the one part I do agree with. Like, Hamas never should have been allowed in power. It was stupid by the Bush administration to basically force elections in Palestine in 2006 and around that time. And until they're gone, I don't see this as lasting, because all they're going to do is what they've done before, is use it as an excuse to basically reconsolidate power and then go back to doing the shit that they were doing. So I'm skeptical on all sides.
I want to read third stage point 2 of the agreement, and I quote: beginning the implementation of the Gaza Strip reconstruction plan for a period of 3 to 5 years, including homes, civilian facilities, and infrastructure, and compensating all those affected under the supervision of a number of countries and organizations, including Egypt, Qatar, and the United Nations, ending the complete siege of the Gaza Strip. Look, I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Who do you think is going to benefit? And how do you think it's going to be the so-called reconstruction of Gaza? Who's going to lead that? Is it going to be the own people, the Palestinian people, or is it going to be like the West Bank, which is, illegal settlements of Israel's going into Gaza, and then we have a Trump hotel in Gaza? I don't know.
Right. My guess is it will not be the Palestinian people who will win, because that's kind of how the trend continues.
It's interesting to hear Trump now talking about rebuilding Gaza, restoring after all this devastation. I'm like, it's like, look what you've done. This is like a massive work to undertake. But I didn't know FG. I didn't know that that Qatari Air Force was happening. You said Idaho?
It's either Idaho or Utah. I can't remember which one, but yeah, part of the Qatari deal of getting them on board with this, or you could link it to the giant jumbo jet that was essentially a bribe.
Yeah.
But part of it is to allow them a portion of an air base in one of those states, and they say it's for mutual training and stuff like that. That's whatever. I having any foreign military in our country just kind of, especially when it's from the Middle East, just kind of rubs me wrong.
Have y'all did the tabulations or the amount of money the Trump family is making from Qatari? Like, in terms of like golf courses and things of that nature, they're just raking a lot of money. Did you guys also hear about the NATO-like assurance that was given to Qatari, that we're, as a nation, they're going to step in and protect them? Did you guys hear about that clause? I don't know who said it.
I had heard something about it. I haven't had a chance to read up on it. I did hear someone mention that it was very Article 5 like.
Okay, I think I found this. Is on sometime in October 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order guaranteeing the security of Qatar against any external attack, with the possibility of U.S. military intervention. This move was prompted by the Israeli missile strike on Doha that targeted Hamas officials but killed a Qatari security officer. So that's.
I wanted to address one point.
Yeah, they realized that Israel was finally in its "I don't give a fuck" phase, and that they were going to bomb the shit out of Qatar if Qatar didn't stop helping Hamas.
I wanted to address something real quickly that FG said. I agree with him that having foreign military bases near or in your home is something that rubs you the wrong way. And I agree that for any nationality, but I will confess, I'm talking from a bias. Costa Rica abolished military 74 or 75 years ago. So we, in our culture, we see military as a terroristic, anti-democratic institution that should be abolished in the whole world. But it has to do with our history and how we, why the reasons we abolish military. But yeah, having a foreign base near or in your home of a foreign force, I mean, obviously that should be reciprocal. Doesn't matter the nationality, and I think FAG understands where I'm coming from.
It's also a matter of values, right? I don't mind when like Canadians or Brits or Australians come over here, or even if you were to do the same thing, I wouldn't mind. But Qataris and people in the Middle East, those people, a lot of those people don't share anywhere near our values. So why the fuck would we allow their military here?
Even if we share values, 80 plus bases in different countries of the United States, and yet militaries of those countries don't have that same reciprocal treatment in the United States. Kind of, I mean, it's not against you, it's just the whole principle of it seems to me extremely hypocritical of the United States. But, in that sense, I get where you're coming from. But hell, your military has trained Afghanis back in the 70s, and look how that worked out,
Oh, for real, yeah.
Damn, that's crazy.
No, I just have this feeling that a lot of this is just going to blow up in our face. I think a lot of the deals are being made out of greed and personal gain, and not with the idea of wanting to actually form a lasting peace. I still don't think there is any actual solution to what's going on in Palestine. Even if you listen to the conversations that are even happening now after the ceasefire, everyone's still like, we cannot decide on one state or two state or anything at all. So nothing seems to like it's going to change whatsoever.
What's funny is also, and just to mention it, the president that represents the so-called anti-globalist MAGA, critical globalism, and then on their agreement, it states that the United Nations and its agencies, including UNRWA and other international organizations, carry their work in providing humanitarian services in all areas of Gaza Strip. So it seems that now MAGA is a globalist. They depend on the United Nations to carry on and give support in regards to this agreement of peace. That
True.
I'm just saying. I don't know, maybe wrong, but that's what the document says. That's the official document. So, can we start calling MAGA globalists?
I mean, you could start calling them globalists when they dropped bombs on Iran. Like, yeah, it's always been a lie that they were. Maybe the voting population for MAGA is isolationist, but obviously by their foreign policy decisions, they're obviously interventionists.
Isn't it funny that the ones that talk more about deep state are Anglo-Americans and the British in some occasions?
Well, the deep state is a red herring. Like that entire premise is just is a bullshit ploy. Like the United States government is complicated, and it kind of requires a bureaucracy. If you don't have that bureaucracy to actually keep shit going, all that power being concentrated in one person, nothing gets done because one person can't do it all. And they just don't seem to understand that.
Funny thing is that those that talk about the deep state, they're proud patriots of the United States, and yet they don't realize that they are bitching and crying in regards to the impacts of foreign policy of the United States, not only internally but externally. And then wouldn't that make them unpatriotic in questioning those impacts of the so-called deep state that can be translated to the foreign policy of the United States?
I mean, let's be clear. They don't have a problem with the deep state. They have a problem with thinking that the deep state is not ideologically aligned with them.
Your words, not mine, I agree.
I think Cam wanted to say something.
Paul Heyman.
Cam?
I haven't unmuted yet. I was
I was literally just researching the topic out here.
Okay, no problem. I wanted to ask Effigy something. So Effigy, are you in that case? Are you in? Because they were saying that they want to get rid of Hamas and have an international. I forgot the terminology. An international
An international
community.
commission.
Yeah, exactly. Are you in favor of that? Do you think that's wise?
I mean, we all want to get rid of Hamas. I don't like the idea of Trump sitting at the head of that commission because, like he has spoken before, it seems he just wants to turn Gaza into a parking lot with Trump hotels in it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it should be run. I think, if anything, the United Nations should be at the head of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody has worked with the United Nations because I have. Look,
Oh, what was
I'm,
Eric? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm going to make a simple criticism on this. We still haven't learned in the last, I would say, 100 years, 125 years, that whilst the idea of the legal nations and eventually United Nations is a good idea, but beyond being a good idea, the world does not work on good intentions, because usually good intentions lead us to the worst, consequences. So, to be sincere, I find it so funny that now Trump is depending on the United Nations after he went into that same United Nations and pretty much called the rest of the world the shithole. And then now he's dependent in order for him to receive credit, and because he wants a Nobel Peace Prize, because he wants to, stroke his orange flaccid thingy,
Well, all the failures of the United Nations and the International Criminal Court are all our own fault, right? So every time that something happens in the UN and we use our Security Council vote to veto it, basically telling the rest of the world to shove it, or every time we allow people like Russia to even be on the Security Council, or every time we have a country that just ignores the International Criminal Court, or large countries don't even become part of the International Criminal Court, we're the ones who have dismantled the world order that we established after World War II, not other people. It's all our fault.
And then the DOJ has the balls of saying, "Oh, we're publishing a list of countries that violate human rights." It's so ironic in that sense. I mean, partly United States carries a lot of the blame, but I also would put that blame on China, and I would put that blame on Russia, whereas the majority of vetoes have come from those three major points. And then Europe obviously has had its history of fucking up internationally.
Speaking of fucking up, real quick, it will be fucked up if we could not extend the stream. So we have about 2 minutes to do it. I mean, I could go either way. I could stay up. I can go to bed. It's up to y'all. Not y'all necessarily, the panelists, although you can also, but y'all, meaning the chat as well. Just
Effie, you see why I have a difficult time with people like Rob Noor or the panels in Tomato or everything, because I'm speaking on my secondary language. Yes, I take my time. Yes, I tend to expand myself on my explanation. But at the end, it's so frustrating when you're talking with somebody they don't even have the basis of understanding how things work.
True.
It's so damn frustrating. My criticism.
Even more frustrating when you know it's intentional and not just from ignorance, as they intentionally are being obtuse about it.
Exactly.
Because of ideology.
But back on that point, it's funny. I think that, sure, we ain't got no much other alternative than trying to set up an international committee, which then it's going to have United States vetoing every attempt of trying to avoid um, the how can we say, the Trumpification of Gaza. At the end of time, this is just going to be something that's going to continue fueling the conflict between Palestine and Israel.
Well, also there's no point in trying to rebuild if you don't have an actual settled piece, like for real.
Exactly.
Like it's just going to get destroyed again in a few months when violence starts up again, when Hamas has taken a breather and now they're like, oh, we can start again.
Plus, you have the issues of that the International Court of Justice has sentenced in regards of what's happening in the West Bank as illegal settlements that needs to be settled in the court. Also, the International Court of Criminal Court has, we can't forget that. Hell, let's be real. Nuremberg put the precedent, and it has to continue. Just like we sentenced Rwanda, just like we sentenced Croatia and Serbia in regards of the conflict in the 90s and the genocide and the ethnic cleansing that was happening. Rwanda, the same. Israel cannot go free. Israel has to respond in regards.
I agree. Like if during this ceasefire, if Israel does not continue with what they had started before the war started, which was trying to bring Netanyahu up on charges and get him out of the presidency there, then I don't know what to believe anymore, because it seemed at the time that the entire reason this war was extended for 2 years was because Netanyahu knew that the walls were closing in around him and he was using a war to stay in power. So if that doesn't change, then why would we expect it not just to start up again?
Speaking of the walls closing in, unfortunately, the goal has ended. So once again, we're going to begin the going around. This time, let's start with animated effigy. Or I'm sorry, let's start with you know what, Calvin? You've been here patiently. Shut up, effigy. Go ahead, Calvin.
I'll go first because I have to go anywhere pretty soon. Thanks for the time here. Hitting the panel. I'll be back, Ryan. Before you end the panel, if this is the or if you can before you leave the panel, I guess are you able to address that comment about doing the live and learn thing that you responded to? Other than that, it was nice talking to you people, and I will see you here or in Sarah as usual.
Yeah, doing a live and learn that's like radical against right wingers. I mean, I kind of I feel like a lot of these the panels in these spaces are like really tilted towards the right, and I think we need to build up some infrastructure that is bringing on people who are more antagonistic to the right. You know, not echo chambers, but like, you know, places where right wingers come in to debate their ideas and they feel the pressure that we feel in those other spaces. I think that's a valuable thing.
Okay. If I have a suggestion, I don't know who Vibes is, but he seems like a good person that you'd probably
we get along.
Yeah, exactly. But other than that, cool. Cam left without giving his comment. Maybe he'll be back. But thanks
scared,
again,
yeah.
Radical.
Another Radical Coder W. Take the Cam ran.
All right, you guys. I'll be listening from the in the chat if it continues. All right.
Thank you. Effigy, you may now talk.
Excellent. Yeah, just to hit on that, I don't think people realize. Maybe if you watch the shows, you realize, but a lot of people don't understand. It's pretty fucking taxing to be that liberal who jumps in an 8v1 every night. Me and you both know exactly how that feels. It can really ride on you. It can really, like, I've had to take breaks multiple times from doing it. Because it's just so strange, because everyone's like, hey, thanks for coming, and then like during the stream they'll treat you like the biggest piece of shit ever. And you've definitely had to get a thick skin in the blood sport debate world. But yeah, I'd love to see more liberal spaces like that, because I just don't see right wingers popping up in those. There are very few of them to start with that are actually openly like that kind of debate style. They more treat it like shows where they have a guest on and they talk in a nice way. I would love to see somebody walk into a group of 8v1 liberals versus a right winger and let them see how it feels to have someone browbeat them for a few hours. But maybe we should start that.
Yeah, I think we might have the foundation right here. So I appreciate you joining me. Ditso.
Well, thank you for having me, Ryan. Yeah, I can't disagree with the points being made here. Me as an outside force, obviously, I have a different way of approaching and analyzing reality. But without doubt, I appreciate more of the conversations that go in depth in the terms and the education that is needed. And I'll be here to assist as much as possible. In a one-one or a calm situation that is not everybody trying to scream and 8 idiots trying to make a series of fallacies, and then you having to tell them their shit wrong, and then they get mad and they cry like babies. It's more fruitful to have conversations that are calm, that we can express ourselves in the best way possible and provide education, just like what we did right now with the constitutional republic thing, where beyond any reasonable doubt, it was proven that the idea of saying we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic has no base whatsoever. So thank you again, and Beshko Wobulaba, pura vida.
So true, I think. Maybe, or I disavow, whatever. I have no idea what he said. So, thank you both. I'm gonna boot you now, and I'm gonna talk to my chat for the next couple minutes. So hey guys, hey, wow, what's up? How we doing? That was fun, huh? Wild, you are wild. Wild is wild. She is wild, but she's right. I like having a look. I actually, it's something I reflect on quite a bit about my high tolerance for crazy, and perhaps it does say something about me, having such a high tolerance for people who are actively working to harm people. I think maybe there is, although I obviously I get pretty livid at times, and I get pretty aggressive at times, and I try to, but I don't know. There are times where I weigh whether or not I'm being too patient, and whether it's worth the energy that I put in specific ways. So I don't know. I'm always open to reevaluating how I do things. Eva's cruel to me specifically. Renee says, I don't want to give too much, but we need to organize a means to connect various skill sets to build something new. Yeah. Rage quitters, W for Ryan. Always, always. Save what we got that's good we can. I'm not sure when we can really expect to put on the brakes directly yet. You actually tolerate people are just nasty to you too? Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a good thing to do. I don't know that I always should be. It's cool. I just hate interrupting people when people are constantly talking. I can only do it to fact check them. Otherwise, I feel rude as fuck. Just let me know if there's something you want to chime in. Next time if you're on panel and you want to say something, just ping me in the back, and if you if you have something to say, or whatever, signal, give me some signal. Maybe. Rude Crab says, a likable and patient Ryan would be an effective Ryan. I'm both of those things most of the time. The thing is the blow-ups are the things that stick out the most. But literally the vast majority of my conversations, I am far too likable, far too patient. And it's just I'm being aggressively steamrolled when I'm too passive. So I don't know if this is actually true, Crab. I don't know if I actually agree with that analysis. Alpha, the first one, says, y'all still have not answered my question. What duty do women have to a country? The same duty as every other citizen. He's literally my lesbian bestie who exists. True. 100% disagree. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I feel like almost every conversation I have where I'm not being aggressive, which is fairly common, because I do this shit for hours and hours, almost every night. I am sitting there answering questions, whatever they want to ask me. There'll be 8 different people who are, coming down on me, and not in the cool way. and they're all trying to ask me different questions, and I just sit there patiently trying to engage honestly with their questions, and I get called a baby murderer. I get called, I get attacked pretty aggressively. Ryan, if you had the composure of a Joe Rogan, you'll be a very formidable debater. I think from time to time, I mean, I don't always have the composure of Joe Rogan, but I think I frankly am a very formidable debater. So Alpha came true. You get emotional and retaliatory way too fast. It works against you when you mostly occupy enemy territory. You say way too fast. I don't know. I just don't agree with this analysis. Like, I think this is what when you spend as many hours in these spaces as I do, like the vast majority of my time in these spheres is being very patient with these people. Like, I think you're just like objectively wrong about this. I want to be real. I think you guys are just flat out wrong. I agree, thinking it doesn't make it so. Living it, however. Alpha says, I love women, but you still have not answered the question. I answered the question. Apparently you have to answer. Your duty. Your duty is to answer. Not Thorpe TV. How you doing, Thorpe TV? Which one of you? I guess it would be Grace, because Ben usually comes in with his own. How's the quitting going? 4-hour stream. Wow. I asked the second one today. We're about to shut down, though. He said, if women don't have babies, we have not country facts. Well, luckily, plenty of women are still having babies then, huh? I guess we're going to be okay. Yeah, rip that horse. Have you seen Joe Rogan lose his shit on his show? Not often, but have you ever seen Joe Rogan in a space where 9 people are yelling at him? Or does Joe Rogan primarily bring on people to circle jerk with, who he's smoking weed with and chilling and not pushing back on him very hard? Eve is literally pregnant. Just kidding. Crab says, I spent many hours watching you. I'm not attacking you. I'm attempting to help you be seen the way I assume you want to be. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't feel attacked. I just feel like you're wrong. I just feel like I'm way more patient than you guys are giving me credit for. That's what I'm pushing back against. 1/3 of the current viewership. Let's see. Congratulations, then. Yeah, that is amazing, Grace. How sweet the sound. And who can control them without going re. You. Wait, what? I'm a little confused. Yeah, but again, you compare, you don't, you really think Joe Rogan would have the composure he does in a space comparable to a Raging Tomato panel? I think you're delusional if you think that. Also, Joe Rogan doesn't talk to a lot of people who are intentionally trying to let's see, if you genuinely think you're a patient and formidable debater, how do you explain your viewership? I mean, there's been we got over 200 views throughout the night. I think I'm doing okay. I think people flow in and out. Oh, poor boy. Also, I haven't been doing actually a lot of formal debates in the past couple months. I've just been kind of doing community building, and I feel like my community's been growing pretty well. People are sticking around, people are engaging a lot. Got a lot of chats, got a lot of folks in here. They're coming back repeatedly when they're available. I feel good about it. Also, I wanted to repeat the offer. I have a chatter who has offered $250 to anyone who can beat my dad in a debate on a neutral platform. Chat votes on who wins. I'm not gonna... Wait, it's offered $250 to anyone who can beat my dad in a debate on a neutral platform. Chat votes on who wins. I mean, I guess, again, it like depends on the topic. Like, what does he want to argue about? I want you to be better than Wilson. Yes, you need the skills to control the audience and the panel. Sure. Takes a long time to build the stuff up unless you do extreme stuff. Also can edit more clips for VOD stuff. Yeah, for sure. 10 watching in 4 hours. What would you consider to be not doing well? I mean, we had, like, I've been winding down for the past, like, 20, 30 minutes. So people start to dissipate whenever we're about to end. And we've been about to end many times. So I think that dwindles a bit. I feel like maybe you don't see it. A more specific example would be when you start talking 50% louder and talking twice as fast. Perceptively, it comes across as emotional and impatient. Well, I am being... Well, like, usually that's happening because I'm about to be booted from the fucking panel. Like, I'm literally, like, getting my only moment to speak my mind. Like... Which is which until the last, like, week or so has been, like, 90% of my appearances on Sarah's panel for the past 3 months has been me being booted off almost immediately. So yeah, I'm talking fast. I'm talking loud. It is emotional. I am emotional. I am impatient. I am very frustrated. And I think very reasonably so. So I do see it. I just like I don't know, what do you want me to do in those scenarios? Like I don't get the time to like take my time with those takes and stuff. Like I just literally don't have the experience. I don't. There's literally not like enough moments to say all that stuff without talking fast. Last time I was on your channel, you said no to that offer. What I don't know that I actually did. I think I declined a specific topic, and then I declined. I think he offered me. I don't know. I'll have to go back and see. Maybe. I think he debate basically any topic if you're choosing. He can choose, and I'll decide. I don't really care. I could go without debating Ben, frankly. I think I can live either way. My dad and I are team debating on modern day debate against counterpoints on Israel-Palestine. We're pro-Palestine. Okay. He came back at a weird time. Yeah, it seems like it. Team debating a reverse touch rudder. Jesus. No, this was the thing your dad tried to ask me about, and I don't take this position right now. I said, like, in an ideal world, like if we got universal healthcare out, then like maybe that would be like something to look at in the future. But that's not currently my position that we should that's not a policy I would currently try to enact. Which is why I declined that topic. How about the government should subsidize healthcare for Americans? For people. I would take the proposition on that. This is a Discord conversation you two should have, not a stream. Whatever. Who? Me and Grace? Me and Crab? Me and you? I'm not hiding anything. I don't know. Ooh. Damn, Fuzzy fucked up Eva's sleep schedule. But good, now you can stick around and watch our streams. But you do think the government should subsidize healthcare for pets in an ideal world, even if you don't currently think it's an achievable goal? I mean, I think it'd be cool. I don't know. Like, do you think that if the government could, like, if we had healthcare for people, and like, don't you think that would be like a good thing if that was possible? Like, why would that be? Do you think that would be bad? Do you think subsidizing healthcare for pets would be bad in an ideal world? I think that's it's a silly position to have. Like, you're gonna tell me you want to live in a world where little creatures like this could never even imagine getting their healthcare subsidized. I don't know. Like, if we could afford it. I just don't think it's a priority right now when so many people don't have healthcare. True, Christine. Are you guys talking about Love is Blind? Eva just makes bad choices. True. Anyway, final memes. Get them out. I never listened to you, Christine. Not even once. Who's streaming? Should we subsidize their housing too? Their food? Well, the housing, I think, will be taken care of. For pets, if we're subsidizing human housing, then I think we'd already be subsidizing pet housing, right? Like, they usually live with their owners. So, and their food. I mean, potentially, if you have, like, a poor person who has a dog, and they, you know, they get in, like, well, like, maybe they should be able to buy, like, food. Maybe food stamps should be able to buy their dog food. Why not? I don't care. Like, why would I be mad at that? No, I fuck with Christine. This is what the Thorpes want us to talk about right now. Can you believe it? Like, they want to fight about whether or not in an ideal world it would be cool if we could take care of pets as well as humans. And, like, we're literally, like, watching, like, an authoritarian takeover of the government. And they're like, well, do you really think that it would be cool if one day in like 100 years from now, if we could give healthcare to both animals and people? Like, yeah, I think that would be cool. Okay, and... I mean, I don't care if you don't want to. I mean, like, I don't know. I just think it'd be cool. It's just like an opinion. I'll enable a cat lady. I don't give a fuck, dude. Ryan, I don't think you understand that in order to subsidize something, you have to take money non-consensually. Oh my god, like tax. Oh my god, wait, you mean like taxes? That's crazy. Oh, I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that by government funding, that would involve taxation. That's crazy. Oh my god, good point, Grace. Wow. Man, I never really thought about that. I guess I totally see it your way now. If you can't afford to look after a pet, don't fucking have one. Well, if you already have the pet and then shit happens and you're fucking broke, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I'm not as angry about all this as you are. We love Umbreon kisses. He just jumped up out of nowhere. I think it's weird to be this upset about what I'm talking about here. I just think you're kind of cringe, Grace. I think that's it. I think you're just kind of cringe. With peace and love. Giving a dog chemotherapy doesn't make any sense. I don't see why that doesn't make sense. Nuxus never lost a job before unexpectedly, for real, or gotten ill. If you have a pet and you're broke, at least now you have dinner. Yeah, true, Crab. They're in the Christy Gnome wing of Republicans, so real. Oh, empathy, the perfect weapon. Oh my god, you're such a victim, dude. When's the last time a Thorpe paid a tax? Yeah, pay your taxes, Thorpes. Anyway. Oh, poor whiny boy. He wants to lay down and snuggle. I know. I want to snuggle too. So I'm gonna send you guys to nobody. Nobody. So stick around and leave a comment on the VOD. That's what I'd appreciate. Leave a comment, even if it's a hate comment. Grace, you can spit all your sick bars about sick hamsters and Medicaid and totally own me in the marketplace of ideas. You should do so in a comment on the VOD of this video. As soon as it ends, you will have perfect opportunity to get your speak your mind, you know, like really let it out. Banished to Umbi Shadow Realm. True. Good night, Skilled Tadpole. Thanks for stopping by. Weak Libra Man. That's me. That's me. I love that. Cheers to the weak Libra man. All right. That's it. Thank you so much to everyone who supported the stream all throughout the night. Thanks for everyone who came up. Thanks for everyone who chatted. Thanks for everyone who liked the stream. Thanks for all the haters and losers. We love the haters and losers as well. I hope that you all drink water and love yourselves and learn stuff, because learning is radical, especially right now. And yeah, leave a comment or something, and we'll see you in the morning, so you can say good morning when I tell you to say it back. Thanks, Ryan. Have a show. I will.